15 grader. Entra verso lì che entra verso lì. Ah, dopo, no? Ah, preso. Ma hareket. Sadece fiora. Gerçi.
realise you could probably hear me going. But there we go. My name is Robbie Dove, and as the clock strikes 7 o'clock here in the UK and nearly 6 o'clock over in Iceland, we're about to get very much underway with another action-packed evening of PDC N&B Nordic and Baltic darting action. We're coming to you live from Reykjavik, the Bullseye Club. An amazing club as well.
Það sést hverjir drekka kristall.
So, when we do get to the final, Christopher Vikstrand, who is playing today, is going to be calling it, unless he makes the final, of course. We've had 3 different finalists in Madas Rasma, Daniel Larsson, and Marco Cantele. I would suggest we will get a finalist of those 3 tonight, and perhaps someone a little bit different to accompany him or her. In a few hours' time, all will be revealed. I've run a couple of the numbers through. There are 45 people starting this event, Pro Tour number 2. How many do you reckon are Icelandic of the 45 starters? I can tell you that there are 3, 4, 6 nationalities represented.
Yes, I'll make it short. Remember, be at the board if you lose a match. You're going to mark the next match.
Only one nationality has got 1 player. The rest have got at least 2.
Always stop with the PDS so we can finish early and go home to bed. Please, when you finish a match.
Well, we can now see practicing over here. In a minute, we should be able to see practicing here on streaming board number 2, Vitor Charua. We will yeah, it's frozen at the moment. But in a second, we should click into place and we should see some live action. But I can assure you, Vitor Charua was practicing on this board a little earlier.
3, board 5, sorry.
There we go.
Vitor against Brian Anderson, Marco Klaus Wilson. Board 6, Gudrun Hobson will play Alex Thorson, Marco, Alex.
So Ingi Björk plays Svein Skorihos Skarlsson on board number 3, so it looks like we're going to be board number 3 for the foreseeable. Also on this board is going to be Thorfilus Simonsen, Jesper Sand Poulsen, and then Darius Labanauskas and Alexander Thorvaldsen. So we've got some good action to start things off. Here she is, Ingi Björk. She's played in all of the events so far. Well, I never gave you the answer, did I? 45 people have started, 27 of which are Icelandic. Nicholas Zock, thank you very much for joining me today. If anyone is interested in dropping a quick message in the chat, either on Facebook or YouTube, please feel free to do so. Here said Finland, Iceland, Lithuania, Latvia, Sweden, and... So let's go through that again. Finland, yes, there's one Finn. He goes by the name Marco Kantele. Iceland, yep, 27 of them. Lithuania, 2 of them. We've got Labanauskas and Barauskas. 2 Latvians. Nadas Razma is one of them. And Naris Glegu is another. Sweden, yep, we've got 4 Swedes, including Dennis and Daniel, Christopher Vikstrands, and Engström. Johan Engström. And there's one other nationality you seem to be missing. And that's actually got the 2nd most representatives today. Denmark. Plenty. Sorry, not... Denmark. Plenty of Danes. 9 Danes playing today. Including Henrik Primdahl, Ivan Springborg, Jesper Sand Poulsen, Niels Heinzo, Klaus Nielsen, Andreas Toft Jorgensen, Michael Seaman, and Bent Lambertson. And that makes up all of our field of play today. Obviously, because we haven't got an exact number, we'll have some buys today. 19 buys, to be precise. Well, is this Svein Skåre Skålsson? I think it is. He looks very different to the way he did 2 years ago. He had a kind of a Jelle Klassen look to him. Yeah, this is him. He looks different. I remember messaging the Live Darts Iceland group saying, can you tell Sven Skåre Skålsson I'm a big fan of his? And he recorded a video, put his thumbs up saying, thanks, I'm not going to do the accent, but thanks for the support. It made me laugh. Probably not even that funny, but it made me laugh. So this is event 3 of 5, 3 of 6 if you include the event which is going to be taking place on Sunday. So this is Pro Tour 3. There's 2 Pro Tour events tomorrow. And on Sunday, there is a qualifier for what is kind of a World Series of Darts event. I say kind of. It's the 2021 Nordic Darts Masters. It's in the Forum Copenhagen. And it's going to be, blimey, it's like less than 4 weeks away. Wow. 17th of September and the 18th. And that's it. And the winner from this, if I'm not mistaken, will be featuring in that event. Not from this, but really from Sunday. Right, it's Facebook. We have got Rune Arneson saying, nice shirt, Carl Helgi Jonsson. Rune Arneson, I believe, plays darts as we are off and running with Ingebjörg throwing first, and Sven Skåre Skålsson pinning in a very nice ton 40. Certainly what the doctor ordered, follows it by a ton. Was it Pal-Arne Peterson Sven played earlier and lost? Might have been. Pal had a bit of a run, didn't he? He went quite deep. Didn't quite make the semi-finals, but not a million miles away. Throws a straight dart, does this man. Throws a very straight dart. Now, Marcus Knapman, welcome Marcus, is watching on Facebook. He has said good covering. I don't know if he means that I'm covering this event well, or the cover shooting is pretty good. Maybe a bit of both. But lovely to have you here, Marcus. Welcome. There we go. That's the first wayward dart, but he makes up for it with a lovely treble 20. He's averaging 99 at the moment. Yes, okay, it's very early. But still an interesting statistic all the same. Are there any juicy lineups in the first round? I shall tell you. Alex Jewison and Gudjon Hawkson, that'll be good. And this is probably, if I was to choose the pick of the bunch, the pick of the pack, it would be this one. So I think we've got a bit lucky. And I would probably choose the next one, which is on this board. Jesper Sam Poulsen, Throffer Simonsen. Very good. Yeah, 2 class games coming up. And Thor Horder Johnson will be taking on Mindaugas Brauskas. Not on this board, sadly, but don't worry, I'll keep you up to date with all of the goings on. And Matty is in preliminary round action against Michael Seaman. Sven needs double 16 hit. Well, double 9 now. What I do like about Sven Skolson, it's the same. He's got the same ethic as me. Don't stop, just go, 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 go. He's hit double 7, quick go to double 9. He knows what he needs, and he just goes for it. That I do like. That's Ingi Björk. Going to need to pick up a little bit of pace. And eventually, with a 65.35 average, Sven Skolson wins the leg and wins the 3rd leg of the day. All 3 of the first legs, by the way, have been won by Icelanders. Sigurd Jonsson, 1-0 up. Guðjón Hawkson 1-0 up. Now Vita Charu is 1-0 up. And Sven Skolson 1-0 up. The only people at the moment with a leg are Icelanders. Naturally, that's going to be the case because there's so many Icelanders featuring. Go on, get a treble here, Ingi Björk. Can't find it, but I like the way, like Matty, doesn't get frustrated. Maybe she does a little bit internally, but doesn't show it. Okay, I've had a poor visit. And we go again. That's the attitude. It's the right attitude to have. There we go, that's more like it. Didn't quite like starting upstairs. So it goes downstairs instead. And an explosive first leg from Sven Skolson. The second leg, he's had scores of 45, 25, 26, and 45. Currently averaging 35 in this leg. That's more like it. Throw a straight dart, and he won't go wrong. He's throwing with the Icelandic flag flights. I've got some Icelandic flag flights as well, actually. I usually try and get a set on them over there. Well then, both down to finishes now. A lovely 1-2-3 in the previous visit, followed by the 70 for Ingi Björk. Means that she is on a rather enviable double top and gets the rather enviable double top first dart of asking and levels things up. And those averages, not much in it now. Not much in it now. There we go, just checking the score. Didn't like it, so switched. Didn't like it, so switched back. Got to switch here, surely. Nope. Chooses not to, and actually finds the treble. So rule 1, never listen to Robbie Dove. She's pretty good at the cover shooting. Well, finds a treble. Well, I guess 21's better than 19, isn't it? $97. 7-9, followed by 9-7. Well, there you go, 120. I'm sure that wasn't what he was after, but it'll do. Seems to find those threes a lot, but also finds the treble 19 with seeming regularity. Was that intentional, that first dart at treble 18? My guess is no. But if it works out in your favour, you take it, don't you? Of course, Sven might watch his back and say that was absolutely my intention. Something I may well never know. Well, Hoskolsen's not on a finish now, so Ingebjörg, she can still get to a finish. 175 that leaves. 156. 151. Well, I wonder if it was intentional at treble 18, because it's quite close to it there. And wonderful second dart, poor first and third. Rather be on 118 than 151. But if Ingebjörg can tidy this up, she got to remember she got a 1-2-3 in the last leg, followed by a 70 to tee herself up with tops. 43 the score there, so she's still over a ton. Can Hoskolsen? Well, I don't like that route. Many people don't, but some do. Yeah, if you go, well, it's not terrible, but the problem is 118. Got a little calculator in front of me, I actually do. 118 minus 54, that leaves 64. You can guarantee yourself a dart at Bullseye if you hit the treble 18. I get trying to get rid of the awkward number, the 18, fine, but you go for 20s there and you hit a single, you can still go treble for double. You hit a treble, all you need is a single for double. Anyway, it's all irrelevant now, as the double 19 is pinned by Sven Skåre Hoskolsen. First start in hand as well. And he doesn't need me to lecture him about how or how not to play darts. 2-1 to the Icelander, apart from they're both Icelanders. Let's have a look around the board. Christian Zebulk trails Henrik Primdahl 2-0. Henrik had a very good run this afternoon. Sigurður Jonsson is 3-0 up against Maria Emma Kanat. Gudjon Hawkson is 3-0 up against Alex Daniel Johansson, who I shall call the taxi driver, because when I went to Iceland a couple of years ago, it was more than a couple of years, I think this is 2017 we're talking now. It was a long time ago, really. Oh, and that's a visit that Ingebjörg's going to want to forget. But yeah, Alex drove me from Grindavik to Reykjavik. Need to rely on Google Maps, but it was still very nice of him. Hallie leads Haraldur Bergersen 2-0. Now, neither are playing well at all, both in the 40s averages at the moment. But we saw Hallie do this earlier, and yes, he did lose convincingly to pal Arne Peterson. but his average did rake up. So we expect the 40 to be near 60 by the time that game's over. Vitor 2-0 up against Brian Roman Anderson. Isabel Nordskog is 1-1 with Gunnar Sigurdsson. And obviously in this game here, Sven leads 2 legs to 1. Ingeborg would love a couple of trebles here. Would love to fill the bed, in fact. She did. Wouldn't leave a finish. Can't leave a finish from 3, 4, 5. Only 29. Sees Sven with 1-4-1, but Ingebjörg's probably not going to leave a finish. Well, 85 that is, so has done. No, she has a 165. No, 160 she has. Sorry, she has. Well done. Well done indeed. Sven on a more manageable finish. The 60. If she can get this first dart in, which she has, follow it up, anything goes. Oh, unlucky. It was a very valiant effort indeed. Third dart there, creeping into that treble 1. Wow, 19 now leaves tops. Only gets 1 dart at it. Didn't look convincing, did it, the way it released from his hands? Ingebjörg, I think she'll go 19 here. This is the sensible route. She has done. It was a sensible route. Double 10. Has to readjust. Can't find it. So Sven then has more darts at tops, now 10s, now 10s again. And he might need 10s, but he's feeling tense. That I can tell you. Talking of 10s. Ingebjörg finds it with the second dart. And all honours are even going into the 5th leg here in Reykjavik. No results in as of yet. The closest is Gudjon Hawkson and Hallie I. Yills. Both are 3-0 up. And this is the closest game of the lot. So it's certainly one that we're very happy we are streaming. Board number 3 in the Bullseye Club Reykjavik brand new dance facility. Creeps that lovely last dart into the treble 20. Oh, and that's 2 wayward darts. I was praising Sven's, how straight he can throw a dart. But wasn't able to do so there. His first visit on tour, we'll see that quite a bit actually. The first couple of visits for a player being absolutely magical, but then they can't seem to follow it up for the remainder of the 6 legs. Sven started off with a 140. I don't think he's hit one since. If you're watching over on Facebook or YouTube, do feel free to drop me a quick comment. If I get round to it, I will read them out. Dave Overall is watching. Hello, Dave. Good last start there. Not seen a treble 20 in a while. Ingeborg's been decent with the treble 20s. She lays it right on the bottom wire, if I'm not mistaken. And usually when I say that, she'll go ahead and put it right on the top wire. There is a delicate dart, doesn't she? Not much that can go wrong with that action, really. Maybe it's a bit too delicate, maybe a little bit harder, and it would be a bit straighter. But it doesn't have an action where things could go wrong, per se. Very delicately. Almost places it in. I think she'd be a good soft tip player. You can't throw soft tip darts that hard, otherwise it'll ruin the electronics of the board. Sven not taking out the 138. 18 here, maybe? Nope, stays straight. 78. That's what he has left, Ingebjörg. Few ways of going about this. 20s will be the first port of call. Oh, and that's the only thing you don't want to hit. On 100, that's the only thing you don't want to hit. But I must praise how she just gets on with it. If that was me, I'd be like, ah! Right, choices. I'm guessing 18s here. Nope, I tell a lie. It's 14s for double 16. Great cover shots, or rather great rescue shots. Oh, and he's just inside. It's good effort all the same. Ingebjörg then has the chance to go 3-0 up. Doesn't want this anywhere near the treble. In fact, she was actively avoiding it, though she swayed in the end into the 5s and couldn't go into the 15s either. What's that? 20 scored, so eventually she has left tops, but it might be a little irrelevant as Sven needs... Oh, needed double 8s. Finds double 16 instead. There's another chance here for Ingebjörg. And gets the double 10. I think she likes double 10. I think she's pretty good at double 10. Good line for her. Works well with her height. She's wearing a Winmore shirt, so I've got a blue one. I think I prefer the black one. It's nice. What are they called? I can't remember what it's called. I can't bother to go and get it. As we see 3 trebles there from Ingebjörg, so she's weighting it very nicely indeed. 2 of the trebles were treble 20s. Again into the treble 5. Well, okay, that's a fortuitous, I wouldn't call it deflection, but a fortuitous wayward dart. 34. 15, 18, and 1, 34. Yeah, there you go. Slow progress being made by these two. We don't have any results yet, but Halle is nearly there. I told you he was going to up his average. He's still not averaging particularly well, but he's up significantly from earlier. Halle is 5-0 up over Harald de Bergersen, and Henrik Primdahl 4-1 up over Christian Zebolk. And Gujon Hawkson is 4-1 up over Alex Jewison. That's the lowdown so far. So Icelanders is certainly the first winner, should be an Icelander, maybe the second as well. Halle, assuming he wins the next leg, will be first man through to the first round proper. The first player through. It's not just men, there are women as well. Great to see some of the ladies picking up darts. But there's a big female interest in darts in Iceland, in both sort of attending and watching, but also playing as well, which is great. What I like to see. And Ingebjörg is threatening going 4-2 up here. And the biggest issue for Sven Skåre-Skålsson is something that I previously alluded to. I said how good he is at staying straight. It hasn't really been his strong point, has it? In this leg, he hasn't hit a 3 straight dart visit. I think maybe instead of trying to focus on the treble 20, sometimes you can just focus on getting 3 big 20s. You know, if you're playing someone like Madas Razma in the final, obviously that's not going to work, but there's a time and place, isn't there, for everything. Treble 18. Well, that's 82 left. A bull or treble 14. Here we go then. 68's always a nice one. 16 leaves the double thereof. Oh, that's a great marker for the double. That second dart was really, really good. Didn't particularly use it either, but she's obviously got the action. She knows where that double 16 is. There wasn't any issues there. Ingibjörg Magnusdóttir. She leads 4-2 in this race to 6. As I can confirm, the first person through to the first round proper in terms of by playing a game, because there are numerous through already that one buys, but is Hallie. He beat Harald Bergersen, only averaged 54.99. We know is a lot more capable than that, so hopefully we'll see some progression as we do get into the deeper end of this tournament. Hallie Yiels is going to be playing Rudolf Einarsson. So there you go. He's played one Icelander, he'll be playing another. Well, 2 treble 5s for good measure, 50 score. Sven really wants to break here and hold the next. I think that'll be his main aim, just to level things up. Our first round proper game is just warming up. Hasn't started yet, but the players are warming up. Madas Razma, who is the champion from this afternoon. He takes on Iceland's Holmar Arnason. Double top. Oh, that would have been a good one, wouldn't it? He's already hit 120 unintentionally, not in that order. That would have been quite unique and spectacular. And Ingibjörg's been doing her homework. She likes the treble 17 for the 142. Because the other route is, there it is, double top. Sven Skorihouskolsen pins one back. And everything is now with throw. The other route for going 142 is treble 20, and if you hit it, you've got a choice to make. If you'd go bull double 16, if your opponent's not on a finish, fine. But if they are, that's pretty crazy. But it happens a lot. Because if you think 82, it's just bull. You don't need to think about it, it's bull double 16. But treble 14 is a much bigger target than the bullseye. Second man to win a game this evening is Denmark's Henrik Primdahl with a very nice 71 average. He beat Iceland's Christian Zebolk, 62 average for Christian. Stay there. If I hit her treble 18 unintentionally, I stay there. 94 still a good score. Leaves you with 82. Now, 3 darts in hand. We were talking about the 82 a minute ago. 3 darts in hand. Yeah, absolutely go for the bullseye. Hit the outer ball. Leaves a nice 57. Whatever he goes, it's not going to be the wrong decision. He's got plenty of time on his side. He's hit the bullseye. God, this would be a real party piece, wouldn't it? Oh, unlucky. Here we go, 180 for Ingibjörg. Yes, there it is. Finally finds the treble. Well, that was a lot. That is lucky it didn't hit the 11 there. He's a very fast and furious thrower. Very fast. Oh, we're 13 now. Would have left the bullseye, 17 for tops. There we go. Sven Skorha Skaldsson. A little bit of bother here. Can get himself out of bother by going double 1, and he's far too aggressive. Thank you to Michael Freyendal. Apologies if I've got that wrong. Who has informed me that Henrik Primdal's nickname is Bubba. Always good to know. Always good to keep in the memory bank. Thanks for that, Michael. Ingibjörg misses low or high or inside 3 times. That's more like it from Sven. Work in, and go aggressive now. Yeah, he's done well there. I mean, he hasn't hit what he's after, but that's kind of the way you do it. Well, treble 1 for double 1. And that's 1 for the highlights reel. Treble 1 outside, double 1. That is how you take out 5. Very, very impressive stuff indeed. And that, Ingibjörg is sort of conducting herself the same as if she would have bust first darts, if she would have missed 2 outside, or if she's hit it. Doesn't get excited, doesn't get frustrated. How about Ingibjörg the Enigma? The Ingibjörg. Stay straight here. There we go. That is vastly improved from some of his wayward darts over the course of the last few legs. I think you should look to the same here. Yeah, use that as a guide. Well, that's not terrible. And there we go, 55. 60 and 55. Ordinarily, I'd say, yeah, they're, you know, average at best, but sometimes you've just got to focus on how am I likely to win this leg or to win this game. And looking at the averages, hitting 60 each time is a little bit better than good. Sorry, a little bit better than par at the moment. That was a lovely ton there, though, from Ingibjörg, which means that Sven really has got to find one of his own. The only thing going for him in this leg is that he has stayed straight with his 3 visits. Part of the 55 kind of is. Ingibjörg would like the treble here. Can't find it. It's a long way back for Sven. He's got to win 3 legs on the bounce. Ingibjörg's just got to find 1. This is a much, much improved leg. I don't often get excited by big numbers. He's doing the right things, is Sven. Oh, this is good from Ingibjörg. Would love another. And it looks very inviting, doesn't it? Oh, she has swayed into the ones, only just. Well, there we go. I was going to say switch. I'm sure he would have switched. I think he's a fast thinker. He knows what he's doing. On 5-6, so up to the 20s. No? It was 155, not 156. Treble 20s on 155 is usually a good way to go, but matters not. As long as you're on a finish. Has to stay straight. That's the minimum. Doesn't want to be going higher than a ton. Oh, and it's a horrible deflection off that second dart. And as a result, she is over a ton. 107 to be precise. Treble 18 leaves the bullseye. Oh, he's hit that twice now. Once setting up the 82 and once to check out a 1-2-4. Absolutely brilliant stuff there from Sven Skåre-Skålsson, who takes the 104. In 2 darts. Treble 18 bullseye. Brilliant. He's throwing here, but this is looking good from Ingibjörg. Oh, Ingibjörg, she's hit a 180, and now she's hit a 171. And today, may be her day. It's a good ton, good last start there from Sven. She would love to follow this up with another 3-digit score. She's staying downstairs. It's working for her. That's all right, 48, she'll take it. 67. 88, very good, very good. Wasn't her plan, but sometimes you've got to ride your luck. You know, if you can be very unlucky in this game, I believe you can also be very lucky. Remember when Johnny Clayton had a really bizarre bounce in? It was a deflection to the treble 18. Wasn't what he was after, but it works in your favour. Happy days. But amazingly, there's not actually much in this leg, despite the 171 and the 88. There's not heaps in this leg, really. Sven's had a ton of his own. Here we go. 133 on the cards. Oh, would have left 110. No, wouldn't have done that. Would have been if Sven hit 133. Instead, she leaves 1-3-0. Absolutely does not have to play games here. If she gets to treble 20, treble 10 is fine. Right, there's the treble 20. Treble 10, yes, good thinking. And nice and high, nearer tops. Oh, well, she's fortunate that that has landed where it has. Because that could have been no score. And that could have left Ingibjörg having to go for it again with Skålsson back on 58. So she will get 2 darts. She's going to get 1 dart now, disappointing. 7. Oh, she's bust. What's going on? She's had a good leg here. It's just the last couple of visits have been problematic. He's going to get another go. Something tells me she's not going to miss the big number again. As you can see, Christopher Vikstrand in the background has missed the big number again. Oh, my words. 44, so there's no score again. Blimey, she was overcompensating for going nowhere near the treble 90 and ended up hitting the double. And Sven Skålsson punished for that. And they're going all the way to a last leg decider. Great game, this one. Maria Sten Johannesdottir. Welcome, welcome. She's written in Icelandic, but she's written about the 171 and put 3 strong man or strong woman or strong arm emojis. So I rather think the 171 impressed her. Impressed me. She's at 180 and she's at 171. Ingebjørg's had the better of this leg. With that ton with the first visit and a 64 as well. I think the moral of this story is just too many 5s and 1s for both players. And Sven should not be going upstairs on 303. And I would suggest Ingebjørg probably favourite for this leg, and thus the match. The winner of this one, by the way, has the absolute privilege of playing the winner of our next game on this streaming board, Jesper Sand Poulsen and Throffer Simonsen. Oh, that was a poor last start. 139. Yeah, 139. Wow, did you see? That was a very strange action. It was very snatchy last start there. Oh, treble 13. This is going to be brilliant if this is going to take the match out. Okay. Ooh. I don't quite know what she was going for. The treble 19? Would have left double on treble 19, would have left double 11. I guess that works. Double top. Right then, can Höskuldsson do a Della? No, he cannot. Treble 20. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky. It wasn't in the treble. Still 20 points on the floor. This is for a place in the first round proper. Double top. Double 10. Oh, how unfortunate. Bust your score here, Ingebjørg has done so. I think she was going for Bullseye. Lucky she did find a suitable number to bust. Treble 19. Double top for a steal. Oh, he can't believe it. Ingebjørg is relieved. That was drama. How dramatic. Oh, blimey, this is now a tough job. This is a tough job. Double 15. Who wants it? Both have missed their share, haven't they? Oh, is that in? Is that in? I don't think it is. It was. It was. Oh, and you've got to feel gutted for Ingebjørg. She was there. She was there. And Sven Skåre Höskuldsson somehow clawed his way back and just, with that last dart in hand, got it right on the wire of double 10. And he is going to play the winner of the game, which is coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. Jesper Sand Poulsen or Throffer Simonsen. Do stay tuned, because that's coming up shortly. Right, spotted then. You can see Michael van Gerwen drinking water. Daniel Larsson's there. Just throwing some darts. If I get rid of the streaming continues board, you can see him. There we go, throwing darts nearest to us. I thought Michael van Gerwen was Dutch. How's he eligible to be playing? Maybe he's just a spectator. It's definitely him, though. I think he grew some hair. Our two players of the next game on our board are just doing a little bit of practice. Yeah, it does a little nasty. I've got to stop changing the scenes because it does a nasty habit of freezing up for 30 seconds. So I won't do that again. But on the other view, we could see Jesper Sand Poulsen in the background throwing. So I'm going to give us another few more seconds. It should click into place and we should be able to see. I can assure you, you're not missing anything yet. Just some practice darts being thrown. There we go. And we are all set for this preliminary round match. Whilst they are throwing some warm-up darts, let me tell you what else is going on in the world of PDC N&B PT3. Everyone through so far is an Icelander except for Henrik Primdahl. That's mainly because everyone who's been playing has been Icelandic apart from two people. That explains a lot. Through are Sigurjón Johnson, Henrik Primdahl, Sven Skorihus Skolson, Peter Rurik Gudmundsson, Vita Charua, Guðjón Hauksson, Halli Isles, and Gunnar Sigurdsson. They are all through so far. Christian Sigurdsson 3-0 up over Kamil Mocek. Marco Cantele is 3-0 up over Sigurður Gudmundsson. Cantele averaging 93. Very good for so early on. I think Jesper Sand Poulsen's based in Iceland. Maybe Danish nationality. Might be wrong. I'm sure someone will correct me. As we throw for the bullseye. And there we go, finally. An outer ball is hit. It's hit by Jesper Sand Poulsen, and as a result, it's going to be Poulsen to begin. Same format as last time, 5-0-1, first to 6. And maybe we'll get another close game. Very peculiar throw does Poulsen have. Analyse it when he throws again. Thoroffer is a lot more conventional. I get the vibes of someone like Colin Osborne from Simonson. But look at this, it's very slingy. He draws it back fine, and then when he draws it back for the second time, it goes sort of in towards his body at an angle. Ends up slinging the dart. Who do you reckon is going to take the throne of PT number 3? We've had two people that you'd certainly put in the mix of those capable of winning. Daniel Larsson and Mados Rasma. Others who I'd say capable of winning as well. Help me if I have a look at all of the players. Marco Cantele, he's made 2 finals, 1 final, 1 final in the semi. Mindaugas Barauskas has won events like this before, particularly he's won the qualifier for the Euro Tour, so certainly in with a shout. Darius Labanauskas. Certainly one to watch. Dennis Nielsen. Actually, there has been a battle of the Swedes before. Nielsen and Larsson have played each other in a final of one of these events. Probably more than one final, to be completely honest. Niels Heinso is very good. Ivan Springborg is very good. Norris Skleglu, I can't say I was particularly familiar with him prior to yesterday, but he's been throwing in some averages, and they've been anything but average. And a very slow start here from both players. I think they're just ironing out some early nerves. You can see Christopher Vikstrand in the background, dressed again in his long sleeves. He will be doing the emceeing, the calling of the final, whoever it is. Christopher is 1-1 against Carl Helge Jonsson, so he'll feel a lot better than that. He's got a leg on the board. I'd like to see him win a couple, that would be good. Neither of these on a finish as of yet, after 24 darts being thrown. Jesper will be on a finish, surely, after these 3 darts. There we go, it certainly will. 103 minus these. 84, not bad, not bad. And I bet he gets this in 2 darts, and we're like, what was the fuss all about? Last 2 visits, 101 and 84. They're all right, aren't they? Got to have a few issues staying straight. Got a 67 as well, actually. So yes, right then, 84. Take your pick. It doesn't have to go 14 ball. Something tells me he might. Was he going 14 ball? 84, 74, 60. Well, if he was going treble 8, that would have left 60. So he might well have been going 14 ball. Or treble 14, double 11. $76, there we go. Oh, a cat has just joined me. If you hear meowing, you might know why. Double top here for Jesper Sand Poulsen to put this first leg to bed. Can't quite find it. Ow. Sorry, I've just been assaulted by a cat. I'm not stroking her, so she thinks it's appropriate to scratch me. Verdscher05, thank you for joining us on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. He says, I've never seen such a throwing action before. Yeah, I must have seen it or something like that, a sling. But yeah, the arm goes in towards the body. So Jesper Sand Poulsen, I assume you're talking about Jesper Sand Poulsen, the man not throwing now. Right, what's this then? 83. 67 left. He was going 17 for bull. And I don't know why he's gone treble 8 there. I do know why he's gone treble 8 there. My apologies. He was on 64. Yeah, that's it. So he's left top. So that actually has done it quite well. Is that in the treble? If it is, Yes, hopefully we're going to see an Ingeborg special now. We nearly saw an Ingeborg special. Treble one, out the board, double one. Perfect. Double top. And I think this is a leg that both of these are probably going to want to forget about. Let's ignore the averages. Let's ignore the amount of darts used to get this far. Oh, blimey. Oh, blimey. And eventually, after all of that, the double one is hit, much to my amusement. Jesper Sand Poulsen takes the 1-0 lead. Let's keep you updated on some of the scores going on around the boards. This might take a while. Mados Rasma, very comfortable victory over Holmar Arneson, 6-2. Only averaged just shy of 75, 74.55. But we see this, don't we? Starts off maybe a little bit slow, still wins, and as he gets plays the better opponents, better quality opponents, he does crack on. So I don't think that's a cause for concern. Christian Sigurdsson has just beaten Kamil Mocek, 6-0. That's a preliminary round game. There's 2 first-round proper games taking place. Marco Cantele is looking like he's going to get the better of Sigurd Gudmundsson. That's a 5-0 lead at the moment. Daniel Larsson 2, Bjorn Steinar Brynolfsson 0. Thorhodr Gudjonsson, he's leading Mindaugas Barauskas. It's 3-2 as it stands. Christopher Vikstrand, the cooler. I think he goes by the nickname Tofflan. I don't know what that means. I'm sure someone will tell me. I think that's his nickname. He is 2-1 up over Carl Helgi Jonsson. And there he is in the background, sporting his dicky bow, his long sleeves. I'm very impressed. He says he has never thrown in long sleeves before. That would really throw me off guard. But he's Christopher, and he just doesn't care. 1-2-5. 2 big trebles there for Jesper Sand Poulsen. Very good indeed. And before that, we saw a 140 by Thorofur Simonsen. I think it's Simonsen. The release reminds me a bit of Dieter Hedman. Look, Dieter has a little bit of a... Just before she releases, she holds it and bang, there we go. The throw's nothing like Dieter Hedman, but the release, to me, I just see a bit of Hedman. Ooh, needed tops there for 103. Kristin Emil Helgeson, thank you for getting in touch via Facebook. Asks, is the average broken? I see what you mean, because the average is not updating. The average doesn't always update with every throw. I think it should, but for some reason it doesn't always. So we should see the averages change when this leg is over, and what a dart that is. That was too good, I reckon. 5-5. Well, 2 of those 3 darts were well thrown. It was that middle one, the single 10, that wasn't. 19. It's a great leave. No, it's not. Not great leave, sorry. I thought it was on something else. It's 35. Yeah, it's not a great leave at all, is it? Far from it. Well, that was... I don't know where that's gone. Oh, big one. Big 18 bus score, unintentionally. 35, 3 leaves 32, double 16. Jesper will be back for a pair of fives. That's how you do it, and you work in off that. Work down, and now go aggressive. And it might have been a bit too aggressive, but it was the right thing to do. So Thoroffer, there's another chance. Oh, is that in the double seven? Yeah, that leaves a pair of nines. It's a nice side of the board, nice height, but it's an awkward number, isn't it? The only thing I don't mind about double nines is I'm usually not very accurate. If I do end up going low into the 14s, it leaves a reasonable double. If you're high into the 12s, well, it still leaves a double. Double two. You know, I don't mind, if I'm honest, when you're going for the big one, and you're not a seasoned professional going outside. Well, that's okay. There you go. That's what I was talking about. Oh, hang on. What's he going for there? I think he was going for double two. Just a long way away. Yeah, I don't mind because it kind of gives you a guide to get the single. Anyway, he doesn't need to worry about the single now. That is double one, and there you go. Kristin, you can see the averages have now updated. Leg on leg, they update. And it is Jesper Sand Paulsen. Who is 2-0 up. There you go, I can confirm that's Kantele and Rasma. They are the first two through to the second round proper. Thorhorder Gudjonsson is doing a right number on Mindigus Barauskas. 5-2 he leads at the moment. Matty Fredriksson has some work to do, not throwing badly. But he finds himself 4-1 down to Michael Seaman. Klaus Nielsen is warming up with Vita Charua. Ivan Stringborg is warming up with Thorvaldur Geir Sigurdsson. Ah, burger with fries. What a lovely name. Hello, commentary. Who will win today? That's a really good question. I picked out the winner from this afternoon. I said Rasma. And Rasma did win. I'm going to go Marco Kantele. That's my prediction. I'll tell you why I'm going with him, based on the facts of the following pattern. Yesterday, Larsen beat Kantele in the final. Today, Rasma beat Larsen in the final. So this evening, I reckon Kantele is going to play, and it might be against Rasma. I don't know if that's physically possible, but if it is possible, I can work out the brackets, I guess, by just looking at the brackets. Kantele to beat Rasma in the final, right? Is that possible? Let's have a look. Just bear with me a second whilst I do some working out. But I also fear that, not fear, but I feel that Norris Gleglu might have a bit of a day today. This afternoon, at least. Right, based on my very loose workings out, and I don't guarantee this, I think Cantelé and Rasma could meet in the final. And if they can, that would be my prediction. And if that were to happen, we'd have a complete set of he who won, lost in the final the next one. So Larson won number 1, lost in the final of number 2. Rasma won number 2. Is he going to lose in the final of number 3? I find these things fascinating. Maybe they're not that exciting, but hey. Right then, the business end of this leg. Jesper Sand Poulsen is on 84. Treble 20, double 12. Absolutely doesn't need to worry about 14 bull. And that's why he's gone 24 for tops. Oh, and he's hit 32 for good measure. So ends up leaving 24, which is what he wanted to leave after the first start. And what's that, 20 score? Yeah, 15 a 5, 12 a 5 and a 3. So double 12 here. Wow. Good job there's a surround, isn't there? Oh, blimey. You won't like that. Simonson. Could cause some damage here, but not with 1-1. Oh, blimey. I think we're going to want to forget that one. 1-1-1. It's not the first time that's ever happened. It's not the last time that's ever happened. When I was new and nervous playing darts at the very beginning of lockdown, now I've played darts before, but I thought I'd play regularly during lockdown. Very, 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 very beginning. I'm talking like March, April 2020. I know darts, but I'm not very good. Yes, I was in the middle of a leg and I threw 3 darts out of the board. I think the first 2 were probably like just north of tops or something. Then the last one, I just wanted to hit something, anything, so I just chucked it. And needless to say, no score. And I think the guy I was playing against was thinking, what on earth is he doing? Bull, double 16 was the intended route. Treble 20 here. Okay. He gets 32 after all that. Rounds it up. Rounds it off, should I say. Straight ton. And Jesper Sand Poulsen is going to want to take this double 1. Well, that's caught, isn't it? Right in the hole between the board and the surround. Can't find the double 1. Outside chance here. Has to stay straight. Straight is a because treble 20. You cannot go tops here. I think he was trying to go tops. That wasn't far from the treble. But yeah, in that situation, the double was a lot harder to get than the treble. There it is, finally, pins double 1. That's his second leg on double 1, I think. And Jesper has stormed out in frustration. In all seriousness, he's probably nipped for a toilet break. So it's unlikely that these darts are going to count. Maybe Jesper's quick refreshment break. Make him play a little bit better, right? Make him give him some time to think. Berg with Fries said he thinks there's so many talented players participating. And yeah, I'd agree with you there. Yeah, lots of talented players from all over the Nordic and Baltic nations. Did Jesper leave? It looks like he's just probably nipped off to go to the loo. That's probably what makes the most sense to me. So it's been quite a long game so far. We're only potentially halfway there. Might be even longer than halfway. But yes, I think Jesper's just gone to refresh himself. And then we'll be back up and running in just a couple of minutes' time. Christopher Vikstrand, he now trails 4-2 to Carl Helge Jonsson. Daniel Larsen is still ahead, but only just 4-3. Bjorn Steinar Brian Olsen. I think Larsen was cruising, wasn't he? Well, Bjorn's done well. Bjossi take 3 legs. Ivan Springborg 2. Thorvaldur Geir Sigurdsson 0. And Rudolf Einarsson and Halli Ayils are all tied at 1 apiece. Here he is. Jesper Sampolsen is back. Yes, so as I was saying at the beginning of this stream, 45 players started out today, 27 of which are Icelandic. 9 Danes, 4 Swedes, 2 Latvians, 2 Lithuanians, and just the 1 Finnish man. He is good. He is good, isn't he? Marco Cantele has been threatening the latter stages of these tournaments. On his opening game, 6-0. Average 80 and a bit. And Kristin Emil Helgason says, would have loved playing in a tournament, but work was in the way, unfortunately. Yeah, I get you, Kristin. But there's always next year, isn't there? Would have been great to see you playing. But nonetheless, I'm hoping and thinking this whole PDC N&B Iceland thing is here to stay. Is it the 3rd staging in Iceland? If I'm not mistaken, the answer to that question is yes. Larsen has now put a little bit of daylight between the 2 players. Larsen 5, Bjorn Steinar, Brian Olsen 3. Ivan Springborg 3, Thorvaldur Geir Sigurdsson 0. 4-0 now to Springborg. Berger with Fries says, can anyone enter this if it's back next year? So every year the PDC do the Nordic and Baltic tour, where they visit numerous countries within the Nordic and Baltic regions. So Iceland, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Norway. They had one in Latvia as well. I'd love to go to the one in Riga. I would absolutely love to. And it's not like a set schedule every year. They might change it up a little bit. And you're allowed to play, you're allowed to enter as long as you are from that nation or you have nationality. So I don't know exactly how they work out who is national. It might be passport or something else, but as long as you represent that nation. So I think there's someone probably, well, Vita Charrua, there we go, there's a good one. He's actually Portuguese, but there he is in the background, Vita, but he's lived in Iceland for a very long time. He speaks Icelandic, he is Icelandic. So, you know, his nationality is Icelandic, so he's able to play. I've seen someone on the list who's German, but it might be German maybe in living over in one of these nations or has a passport, something like that. So as long as you are from those nations, that's fine. In terms of age, I'm not entirely sure. I know that Alex Manny Peterson, Alexander Thorvaldsen are both youngsters. There'll probably be some sort of age restriction. I don't know if it's 16 or whatnot. And also, I'm guessing they'll cap the entries, because if there were 500, it would take hours. Today we've got 45. So anyone can enter from those nationalities. Yes, so I could enter if I was Icelandic or whatnot. Even if I've never picked up a dart before. Though I wouldn't want to, because, you know, I might be on stream and that would be embarrassing. Thank you, Leo. Leo has said great commentary. That's very kind of you to say so. Absolutely love darts. And it's a thrill to be bringing you 4 days of darting action. So just to let you know what is going to be going on. Yesterday we had 1 event, today we've had 2 events. Tomorrow we've also got 2 events as well. UK times, the events are the same as they were today. So they are 11 AM, Iceland, sorry, 12 PM UK, and 7 PM UK. So that's 12 and 7 UK times, 11 and 6 Iceland times, 7 AM and 2 PM Eastern America, etc., etc. You can work out the rest. Tomorrow, I am probably going to miss the first hour-ish of comms. There'll still be a live stream, but I've got a couple of errands to run, so the first hour, maybe a fraction more I'll miss. But as soon as I'm able to, I will jump in front of that mic and talk darts. As Jesper Sand Poulsen needs double top with his slingy action. Oh, and that's well low. That is well low. And Simonsen gets the double 10. Double top, sorry, not double 10. Double 10 times 2, maybe. And 3-1 is the score now. That was a hold for Throffer. Well, Daniel Larsson did have some daylight between himself and Bjorn Steinar Brynolfsson. Then it was 5-4, but I can confirm Larsson has just won the 10th leg and is therefore into the second round proper. Daniel Larsson 4, Bjorn Steinar, sorry, Daniel Larsson 6, Bjorn Steinar Brynolfsson 4. If we have a look at the brackets, what does that mean for Daniel Larsson? That means he'll be playing the winner of Gleglu Norris and Sigurjón Johnson. Sigurjón Johnson. They have not started as of yet. Yeah, neither of these players playing at their full capacity. I think it was Jesper, I'm sure it was Jesper, who hadn't even played darts until sort of midway through lockdown. I'm sure it was him that said that, or something like that. Not a very long time, regardless. Jesper was involved in the Rubik's event, which was an online team darts event. And there was cricket, and 301 double in, and 501 straight a double out, and it was good fun. If you go on the Live Darts Iceland Facebook or YouTube pages, you should be able to find them. We also had the the IDA, Icelandic Darts Association, shootout. That was during the first lockdown. And let me tell you, there was some great matches there. I discovered Alan Suter. You played in those events. Loved them so much, said, I want to try this darts thing a bit more, and got a talk card. Okay, I'm not being entirely serious there, but he genuinely did play. And won most of them. In fact, won every game except for the final of the last day, which I missed on commentary because I was playing darts. (219) plays 226. We'll need to switch if he stays straight. Switch now. Yeah, good thinking. He didn't execute it perfectly, but at least he's thinking the right way. If you think the right way, it will stand you in good stead eventually. Ed Chambers says, hello, hello. Hello, Ed. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining us on this Friday night. Can't think of a much better way to be spending my Friday than watching darts and talking darts. Hope you are enjoying the live action. Well, coming up next, don't go anywhere, because we've got a couple of second round games, including the winner of this game versus the winner of our last game. And very excitingly indeed, Darius Labanauskas against Alexander Thorvaldsen. So Labanauskas is an esteemed darts player, PDC tour card holder, has been playing very well the last couple of days. Quarter-finalist at Ali Pali 2 years ago. Quarter-finalist at Lakeside a couple of years before that. Very, very good player, Lithuanian. Alexander Thorvaldsen, a name you might not be familiar with. Icelandic young lad, tall lad. Him and Alex Manny-Petersen might well be the future, not only of Icelandic darts, but darts in general. Don't know their ages. I know they're not old. Probably teenagers. And would expect, without any disrespect, would expect Labanauskas to win just because of his pedigree and his experience. Well, I think that was a shot at Bulls. I don't know. Well, I don't quite know what he was doing going for treble 19. When you got 75, you'd go treble 17, but anyway. I do think Labanauskas will give Alexander Thorvaldsen a good workout, and I think that's going to be on this stream, and if it is, Thorvaldsen can watch back the video and see, right, this is what I did well, this is what I didn't do as well. Yada, yada, yada. Well, that was a dart at tops, I'm telling you. And that was an excruciatingly low dart at tops. There's aggressive, and then there's that. And there we go. Simonsen wins 2 legs on the spin. Both averaging in excess of 40 now. Simonsen just grabbing a bit of water. Yvonne Kornig is from Germany. Guten Tag, Deutschland. Lovely to have you here. The difference in the points here, and Simonsen has the arrows, so we could see 3-0 become 3-3. Here we go. A few of these second round proper matches have now come to their conclusion. In fact, 4 have, and all 4 people on the losing end are from the lovely island of Iceland. So the winner of PT3 will not be Holmer Arneson, Sigurd Gudmundsson, Thorvaldur Sigurdsson, or Bjornstein Brynolfsson, no. Through our Larsen, Springborg, Cantelé, and Rasma. It's looking like either Ails or Einarsson will be the first Icelander through to the second round proper. Vita Charua is 1-0 up against Klaus Nielsen. 2-1 up, sorry, I don't know why I said 1-0. 2-1, clearly. You can catch... Well... Is that a fire alarm? Everyone stopped. There's obviously some loud noise. Not entirely sure what that disruption was. Well, it did throw him off guard, but hitting double top He'll take it. I was just saying before I was interrupted by that rude fire alarm that you can catch all of the action right here on, well, tv.dartconnect.com. Click on the PDC button, and this is PDC N&B Pro Tour number 3. You can see all of the results. I'll be giving you the results anyway. If you'd like to watch some of the scores come in yourself live, you can do so all in one place. And that's the exact same darts that Paulson hit in the previous visit. Double top, almost in the same area. Anyway, slow progress for these two players. I think they're just going to want to get the job done. And here we go, 3 double tops in 4 visits, none of which were at the end of a leg. William Scott is praising our setup. Thanks, William. Says he looks forward to playing in Iceland one day. Absolutely. And everyone's very, very friendly in Iceland. That's just a fact. But now, the darts is so big in Iceland that you will get a game. You will get a game. I was nearly stranded in Iceland once, don't ask. And even then, the Icelanders texted me saying, you know, if you are stranded here, there's a competition going on tonight, so you can play. So, you know, there's always games. Dart Connect, if you're on Dart Connect, you always find Icelanders playing in the lobbies, always. So yeah, absolutely. If you're a darts fan, head over to Iceland, get yourself a game or two. Nathan Ilsley, thank you very much for getting in touch and watching on our YouTube page, youtube.com/livedartsiceland. Great commentary. Sorry, did not catch your name. Oh, thanks, Nathan. I'll pay you later. The check's in the post. My name is Robbie Dove. At Robbie Darts on Twitter. If you did fancy, give me a follow. I'll be honest, I don't tweet that much, but I always read tweets every day. I'm reading tweets. If you tweet me or whatnot, I will see it, and I'll probably respond to you. I'm a big darts fan. I've been doing the Icelandic circuit since 2017. I was actually watching the first one I ever did. First commentary I ever did. Very, very different to what it is now. Obviously, back then I was just told, right, here are the names, and I asked them a few questions like, how old are you, how long have you been playing darts, what's your nickname, what job do you do, what's your favourite sports team, who's your favourite darts, so that sort of thing. That's all I kind of knew. But I've been doing this for a number of years now. You kind of get to know what's going on, or pretend you get to know what's going on, because realistically, there's so many players in Iceland, I just forget. Right, what's Simonson done here? 48 minus 16. 32. Well, ironically, he's actually left a good one. Couldn't find it. So Jesper to pick the pocket of Throffer. Oh boy, this is tough. Are we going to see treble 1 again? No. And, well, actually, no, that's a good thing. Sorry. No, yeah, it's a good thing. He's actually busted. So if he's back, it will be 4-8. And a long way off here is Simonson. So refocus, get in the middle of those two. He might be somewhere close. And he is not. Stefan de Jong asking, why is this on the stream? I can give you the actual answer, and then I can give you another answer, an alternative answer as well. The actual answer, why is this on the stream? Reason is the boards are sort of managed by the PDC. So they'll say, right, you guys are on board 1, you're on board 2, you're on board 3. And we don't really have the facility of saying, right, you're on board 1, you go on this board now. That's it. Okay, great. Now board 5, right, this is a good game. Let you go on this. It doesn't really work like that. Just to keep with the flow, whatever's on board 3, we're just going to be showing. But also, yeah, I get 240 averages isn't always going to be the most interesting stuff, but I personally do like seeing, you know, people at 40 average, and then, you know, someone banging an 80 average somewhere, and you say, I like seeing a real variety. I'd like to hope some of our audience do as well. There are technically 2 streaming boards here, but it's a funny way of doing things. It looks like board 9 is going to be where the final is, so we'll be switching streams for the final. But yeah, no, I do get what you're saying, Stefan. You're saying watching grass grow is more interesting. I would beg to differ, but there we go, each to their own, eh? If you are not that interested in watching this, maybe come offline for 10 or 15 minutes. The next game should be good. The next game is going to be Darius Labanauskas taking on the youth sensation Alexander Thorvaldsen. But, Stefan, thank you for commenting. Thank you for joining in on the action as well. And also, if I threw to this level, this 40.34, 40.19, over this period, this length of match, that'd actually be all right for me. I remember watching the PDC Women's Series last year, as we see a lovely 1-2-5 there from Jesper Sam Poulsen. And what I liked about it is there were some averages in the 30s. Obviously some women that had no exposure, didn't have the time to play whatever. They just thought, you know what, let's just give it a go. And I enjoyed that, not to laugh at them and say that's hilarious, but just to say, okay, here's a lower level. And then we saw the likes of Fallon Sherrick, Dieter Hedman, Corinne Hammonds, Lisa Ashton. I actually wrote a piece about that. It's online, I didn't really publish it. Maybe I will publish it at some point, who knows. But it was, the argument, it was like basically, I heard some people saying, you know, Lisa Ashton, she is a PDC tour card holder. Should she be able to qualify for Ali Pali via the women's series? And I wrote a whole, you know, I don't just do one word things, I wrote a whole long thing followed by yes. So yes, I do like all sorts of darts. I'm one of the guys on these one of these comments. If you want to comment, by the way, I will see them when I have a look on Facebook and on YouTube if you do comment. So actually, you know, it's quite nice to see some of the more human players, not the machines. Yes, but it's not going to take the 148. Right, let's see how well Thorofur Simonsen is thinking. You would start on the 18s here. And he chooses not to. Well, I don't know if he chooses not to, or maybe he's just not got that instilled within him. Goes 18 in the end. Yes, for Sam Poulsen. Did he do this? I think he did this last time, didn't he? 3 treble 18 bull. I think that's what he did, but he isn't going to do it here. Nice last darts. To leave himself on double 12. Double top, he's got 1 dart at it. Would you believe it?
Sorry.
Would you believe it? Well, the whole auditorium's gone quiet. Everyone's looking as if to say, what the hell's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. Simonsen had 1 dart in hand to take out 70, did it, has now won 4 legs on the spin and got very, very excited. It was looking like, I wouldn't say a comfortable Poulsen win, but it was looking like Jesper would take the victory by 6 legs to nil, 6-1, 6-2, something like that, because he was 3 up. He still might take the victory, but he's got a little work to do. Meanwhile, let me take you through some of the other matches that have been going on. The 100% Icelander losing in the last 32 continues. 6 games have been played in that last 32. And 6 Icelanders have been dispatched as a result. 1 Icelander is through in Rudolf Einarsson. That is a massive shock off the Richter scale. Halli Ayils, who is an absolute Live Darts Iceland legend. He's been involved with Live Darts Iceland for a long time, before I have. They used to play in Matty's garage every week. Every Tuesday, I think it was Tuesdays or Wednesdays. Him, Matty, Halli. Oh no, so I've said Halli. Matty, Halli, Peter and Vita, there we go. But Halli Ayils has been dispatched 6-3 by Rudolf Einarsson. Similar averages, much better performance from Halley from the first game. But couldn't get over the line. That is a little bit of a surprise here. A lot of you, if you are familiar with the players of Live Darts Iceland, and even if you're not, well, if you're not, it's Vita, isn't it? That guy with the moustache is usually a well-known one. Vita leads Klaus Nielsen 3-1. I'd love to see Vita on the ball on the stream at some point this weekend. Maybe tonight. Who knows? Henrik 180 asks a brilliant question. When was the last 9 data in the Nordic and Baltic Tour? Thank you for your question, Henrik. I was doing a bit of research on this last night. I might be wrong, but I read that there's only ever been one 9 data in the Nordic and Baltic Tour, PDC Nordic and Baltic. And it's part of their Wall of Fame. So it's not the Hall of Fame, it's the Wall of Fame. The only other 9 data, according to this, was in 2012. A Danish man called Kim F. Jensen. He hit the 9 data at a qualifier. So it wasn't a Pro Tour event, it was a qualifier in Copenhagen against Vladimir Andersen of Denmark. In 2012, it might have been the SDC, the Scandinavian Darts Corporation. Don't know when it changed. It would have been around that time. So yes, Kim F. Jensen in 2012 over in Copenhagen. Talking of Copenhagen, by the way, the final event of the weekend is on Sunday afternoon, 11 AM Iceland, 12 PM UK. It's going to be to see who is going to play in the World Series event over in the Forum Copenhagen, so that'll be good fun. I'd look at the likes of Barauskas. That's where he becomes alive. Paulson did not like that at all. 15, followed by 15 is 30. 8, which is 72. 64 left. Has time. Shouldn't be so frustrated. 64 is quite a nice one. Two, if I'm not mistaken. Trying to sharp up my maths. There we go. Well, 16. That leaves 40. And that's just low. Well, there you go. How ironic. So we were saying that Kim Jensen hit the 9 data against Vladimir Andersen. Henrik has just said that Vladimir Andersen hit a 9 data against him. Well, we are going to be switching the board now. It wasn't me that did it so abruptly, might I add. But as the other game is taking a little longer than expected, this is board number 9. So it's still board 3. It's like an additional board where we can play additional games. Darius Labanauskas, Alexander Thorvaldsen just warming up. This is Lucky D. Watch his arm. Watch his arm. And watch his arm. It does not drop one bit. His arm does not drop one bit, so you don't get many of his darts laying low. Before we do continue, why don't you grab yourself a Red Bull, as they would say here in the Bullseye Club. Yeah, an amazing, amazing facility here in central Reykjavik. It's called the Bullseye Club. It's a dedicated darts facility. Over in the game we were just watching, Jesper Sand Poulsen 4, Thoroffer Simonsen 4. keeping up to speed with how that game is panning out. But in the meantime, over on board 9, which is kind of an extension of board 3 at the moment, these two are just warming up. Well, look at that. Darius Labanauskas, Lucky D, pins in a 170 for good fun. I think we're going to throw the Bullseye, and then we'll be off. Now, I wonder which game's going to finish first. This one, or the one we've just been watching. It's possible that this one overtakes the game we've just been watching. Where are they at? 4 all, 55 and 22 starters. This one might well do that. Here we go then. If you'd like to continue watching the other game, by the way, you absolutely can. You can do so via the YouTube channel, youtube.com/live darts Iceland, on the other streaming board, stream number 2. Whereas here on stream 1, we will go with this one, and Labanauskas pins in a 180 to back up his 140. And this is a man on a mission, who doesn't want to waste any time. And if he can destroy Thorvaldsen 6-0, he certainly will. And he won't feel any remorse for it either. Bergwith Fries says he's hit a 9 darter versus Phil Taylor. No one has hit a 9 darter versus Phil Taylor. Robert Wagner of Norway hit one online a few years ago. Yes, he did. I remember that. The Magician, he did hit one. It was the first ever webcam 9 darter. Well, it might not be the first ever one ever, but it was sort of the first one maybe on the webcam darts platform, or that was filmed or something like that, but it was one of its kind. And Henrik wants to know who's going to be the partner of Marco Cantele at the World Cup, because he's the only Finnish player here. It could be... I was about to say it could be Marco Cantele, but you can't play yourself, can you? It could be Kim Viljanen, as Darius Labanauskas in 13 darts wastes 0 time. Absolutely stunning. And he's done the best thing you can do after losing the Bullseye, is break the throw immediately. Okay, so I can tell you, Henrik, that last year, Marco Cantele teamed up with Veijo Vinica, who lost to Roland Scholten in 2011 at the Worlds. 39-year-old. And the year before that, it was Kim Viljanen. So it could be either of those players. Darius, once again, has hit 3 ton plus scores. It's going to be 4 ton plus scores. Of course it is. He's on a double after 12. These guys are going to overtake, aren't they? They are going to overtake on the other streaming board. It's still 4 all. Jesper Sampolsen and Throfler Simonsen. Darius Labanauskas is straight in that double top again. What a joy to watch he is. And I don't think Thorvaldsen's even playing badly. He's finding the treble with seeming regularity. But Darius is just on fire. How can he beat a 115 average? If he keeps this up, this will be the highest ever PDC Nordic and Baltic score. I mean, you can't keep up 115, can you? I mean, you can if you're Michael van Gerwen, 123.4, or Peter Wright, 123.5. It's not an easy job, is it? This is remarkable. This is remarkable. Even when he hits a 7, he backs it up with 2 treble 20s. I'll tell you something. I said Cantlay, I reckon, is going to win it. And I'm still going to stick with that because I can't change my mind. If Darius keeps this up, he should walk it. He's just in the zone, isn't he? He's obviously really feeling like he's in a good place and he's going to hit everything. Could we see a ton 80? We can't. It would have been 1 apiece. And I can't even begin to tell you the last time Darius hit a score of less than a ton. We're not counting now because he's on a finish. Okay, I can tell you when he hit double tops, but we're not going to count when he's on a finish. We'll just count scoring. Is it possible that he hasn't actually hit a scoring score of less than a ton? It's possible, you know. Dark Connect will tell us everything afterwards. Tops. He hasn't missed it, so he may as well go for it. Well, I like going. Well, there we go. Yeah, I was going to say, it just said he had 30 left. But no, he has got 40 left. Labanauskas needs tops again. Double 10. And there it is, double 10. If he's not hitting it first dart, he'll hit it third dart, no problem. 3-0 to the man from Lithuania. I can confirm Jesper Sandpolsen leads 5 legs to 4 over on the other board. You can check out that on the other streaming board on YouTube, youtube.com/Live Darts Iceland. Well, there we go. We found, didn't we, the score where Labanauskas didn't hit a ton, which was the first 3 darts of this leg, 41, but a ton and a ton to follow it. And that was only 13 from Thorvaldsen. But Thorvaldsen started off pretty well, if I'm completely honest. First 3 legs looking pretty solid. There we go. When the first dart is in, he finds a bit of confidence, doesn't he? There's that little tattoo I see on his right arm. I think it might be. Oh, yeah, look at him go. Look at him go. Oh, is that in the treble? It looks just a bit low, doesn't it? Yeah, it was a bit low, but even still, he's never far away. Oh, blimey. Switch. You don't want to do. Well, there you go. 23 scored. Better than 3, isn't it? Double top. Boom. No? No, he thought it was in. I thought it was in. And that's not in either. Somehow, he's managed to miss. But even when he misses, they're flipping close. There we go. Doesn't miss many. 41, ton, 20 tops. That's how you take out 501. if you're wondering, there's two streams, what's going on. This is being allocated as like a spare board, if you like, so board number 9. There's 8 boards, but if a game's taking too long and to help with the flow of games, they do it on 9. And it looks like it's on a raised stage, doesn't it? This is where they do the final as well. Nice 1-2-1 to tee up top. Thorvaldsen a long way back. Meanwhile, on the other board, Jesper Sand Poulsen. He's one double top away from the match. He gets it, and I can confirm that Poulsen has won that game as Labanauskas pins double top. And much to my disbelief, they've actually finished before this one's finished, remarkably. Anyway, the next game is another game. And that's all that matters. All you can do is beat the opponent in front of you. Alexander would love to get a leg on the board, wouldn't he? This might be the leg. This might be the leg. Oh, still very good. It's a shame for him that Labanauskas has also started off with a ton 40. Well, there we go. Only 28 there, so Alexander. There we go. Another one of those would be very helpful. Oh. First dart, third dart, poor. Second dart, good. And Darius very rarely goes through a bad patch for an elongated period. It's usually lasts a couple of darts and then back on. Henrik, another question for the commentator. How good are you in darts? My answer is not very. No, I like it. I play it. I've got a soft tip board. I've got a steel tip set up. No, I can't. I've never averaged 60. So that tells a story. I've hit a few good checkouts. I've hit 160 out, 138, 136. 20-ish 180s, maybe a bit more now. I stopped counting them. So I can do good things, but I throw very, very, very fast. So if I average sort of 45, if I average 50, anything above 50, I'm very happy. 45 is about par, less means I'm not playing very well. Right then. Thorvaldsen is on a finish and uses the bullseye very much to his advantage. Oh, here we go. This is for the match. And that was nearly for a masterclass. I guess if he gets double 6, it will be for a masterclass. And a place in the last 16. Well done, Henrik. Henrik is one of our viewers watching on YouTube, says his highest average was today, 65. Very, very well done. Double 6. Oh, you don't get much closer than that, do you? Blimey, how much closer can you get? Those two darts, darts 2 and 3, were exactly the same distance from the wire as each other. Alas, not in the bed. Good last start there from Alex. Use him on double 8 if he's back. And he will be back, and he deserves to be back. How he'd love to say, you know what, I got a leg against Darius Labanauskas. This is a big moment here for the youngster from Iceland. Go on, Alex. Double 4. And it's there. Lovely central. And Alexander Thorvaldsen, who is instrumental in Icelandic darts youth, has got a leg against Darius Labanauskas, because no one could take that away from him. At least he's got a little something to smile about, because it's likely he's not going to win this match. But losing 6-1, better than losing 6-0. Sven Skårikos-Skålsson. He's just warming up against Jesper Sand Poulsen. Jesper, you've got to feel sorry for Jesper. How long was that last game? An hour, maybe? Maybe even a bit more than that. He's just finished that and is straight on the board again. As Labanauskas hit one in the first leg, hits one in the, what might be, and he's hoping, is the last leg. Good use of the board. Darius does mean he's on a finish, and I would rather imagine he will try and get it, as in if this goes in the treble, switch to treble 19. Didn't have to, but you know, try and be flash and all that. I like to. Go on then, Alex. Can you finish with a 180 or a 121 or a 76? Nope, none of them. Oh yeah, that's good. Double 16. Ooh, long way off. Didn't like that. Didn't like that at all. Oh, go on then. Go on then. That looks great, that does. Oh, he's maybe feeling a little bit of adrenaline there. Still, it was a good steady ton. Double 16 here. And there it is. Darius Labanauskas, the boss. Lucky D. There was nothing lucky about that. That was just pure graft and pure skill. Was that the highest average of the session so far? I would suggest the answer is yes. Let's have a quick look. We haven't had a ton average. You know, I think that was the highest average of the day so far. Very impressive stuff indeed. Right, I'm going to take a short break from the commentary. I'll be back in 5 or so minutes. We've just seen a long game in Jesper Sand Poulsen. Oh, hello. What's going on here? And Simonson. Jesper Sand Poulsen is just warming up now with Sven Skårikos-Skålsson. We'll bring you live footage of that one. Here we go. Oh, yes. It's a funny way it's set up. But it will now freeze for a few. There we go. Now we're back on.
Jesper.
Kom
Hej Jesper.
Ja.
Jag kallar det ut. Ska du berätta?
All right, so the commencement of this one then, Sven Skårikos-Skålsson, Jesper Sand Poulsen. And I was going to praise Sven's straight darts, but already into the treble one. Right, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time. Leave you in a peace and quiet and enjoy this game.
44. Okey. Ha, Fergie.
Oskari.
Aferin. Seks. Şöyle. Peki. Aferin. Все, что будем делать. Теперь. Tutun.
And guess who's back with some more commentary coming to you live from Reykjavik. I'm not in Reykjavik, sadly. I was a couple of years ago. It was great fun. Really enjoyed it. But with the whole travel shenanigans, I just couldn't. It was just a bit too much for me. The whole travel things. So I didn't do it. Right, Manos Razmer is already into the quarterfinals. Yet, but Sam Poulsen's only just played his preliminary round match. There we go. Peter Rurik Gudmundsson is 4-1 up on Carl Helgi Jonsson.
Fjordish. 39.
That's a good dart, isn't it, from Jesper Sampolsen? 32 left. And miles away. Worked it well. Didn't half work it well. And is going to be back. Oh, blimey. He's going to be back to take this 32 to level things up. Blimey, that's 2 scores of 24 for Sven Skorico Skoldson. And can't quite see where that's gone. To me, it looks like it has missed the double 4 and the double 80. It's just outside. Oh, overcompensated like crazy. Oh, Sven could possibly go. He might well go. 2-0 up here. And
30. 51.
went 17 for Bullseye. Not a bad route to go if your opponent's on a finish. Double 1. Well, how many times has Jesper left double 1 today? I've lost count. How many darts has Jesper missed at double 1 today? I've lost count. You can see Vita throwing in the background. I haven't got the system which has my pen. I like to draw like circles and lines and stuff on the stream. Right. I've just got back, so let's have a look. Right, which soft tip board have you got, Robbie? Thank you, William. I've got a Nexus. Target Nexus. I didn't actually read that. Question for the commentator. How are your favourite player? I think you mean who is your favourite player? Oh, where do I begin? Well, that. Not being funny. Let's just see what happens here. Okay, didn't go. But that, I like that first dart. I like a dart so far away, and you just work your way in. Anyway, in what I'm sure Jesper will think is the cruelest of circumstances, Sven Skorico Skoldson has nicked that double 9. Unbelievable. So yeah, what board have I got? I've got a Nexus. I play in one league now. I played in a few leagues on it before. Now I just play in the one league. My favourite player. When Adrian Lewis won his 2 back-to-back titles, I was a big Lewis fan. I even ran one of those little Twitter fan pages for Adrian Lewis. Not for him, but about him. Jelle Klassen I've always liked. I thought, and still do, he was absolutely up there with the most natural talent on the dartboard. You know, the last few years haven't been kind to him necessarily, but always fascinating to watch. I've got a very large signed picture of Raymond van Barneveld just behind my screen. He's just a legend. My favourite all-time player in general is Paul Lim. Obviously, he's not like my favourite player right now because obviously he doesn't play that much. He plays in the big event, the Worlds and the World Cup. That's basically it. But like the legend who I like is Paul Lim. At the moment, my favourite player has got to be José de Sousa. Actually, I think it is actually José de Sousa. But yeah, at the moment, I just think he is brilliant to watch. The miscounts are, you know, annoying, but it's just interesting to watch, isn't it? And he is just so good and so consistent. But there's a lot of players I like at the moment. I like Clayton. I like Rob Cross. I think his winning of the Worlds was amazing. And I've seen lots and lots of memorable games. But the Ali Pali semi between Cross and Van Gerwen, for me, was like the best game I can remember very, very, very clearly that I've seen. It was absolutely unbelievable. I was a big Hybrex fan when I was at uni. The darts player I've interviewed the most, more than anyone, I think, is Dave Chisnell. When I was at uni, I was doing like sports journalism and all that sort of stuff. So whenever darts was local to me, I'd go to events. And Dave just happened to be there when I was there. That's how I've interviewed him numerous times. William Scott has asked the question of the day. If I had a little medal, I'd give it to you. Is Alan Suter's kitchen the best webcam darts room you've commentated on, or is there a better one? There is no better one. You don't beat Alan Suter's kitchen. And it's a really nice kitchen as well. It's a functional kitchen. There's plenty of space for a dartboard. There's the most beautiful clock behind him. So, brilliant question, deserves a good answer. The answer is yes. Well, the answer is no, there is no better one. That is the best room I've commentated in. When I started out doing this, I used to commentate in Matty's garage. That was quite cool. And I actually got to go to Matty's garage. Every time there was a heavy gust of wind, you could really hear it on the stream. That's not a terrible miss, is it? Double three. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's still on. And every time one of the guys wanted to put the coffee machine on, it honestly sounded like a helicopter was flying over. So that was good fun. But yes, the Alan Suter kitchen in Arbroath, Scotland eclipses all. In fact, I think there should be a major in Alan Suter's kitchen. Maybe only for people who've never played in a major before. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? PDC major. The rules are you can't have featured in a major with the PDC. Hoskolton has left the most difficult finish of the lot. Oh, another one of those, Jesper. There you go. That's how you take out 32. Double eight, double eight. Double eight is his mate. Anything else happening? We've got Ivan Springborg is the closest to a place in the quarterfinals. He's 3-2 up over his fellow countryman Henrik Primdahl. Marco Cantele is 3-0 up over Vitor Charua. And Daniel Larsson is 2-all with Norris Gleglu. Gleglu, sorry if I might be pronouncing that wrong. I said I fancy Gleglu for a run. I wonder. Larsson's not averaging well at all. But he starts slowly. That's what he does. We've also got Dennis Nielsen in the mix. Dennis Nielsen is only 1-0 up, but averaging 88 versus Michael Siemens' 69. I wonder if Norris could possibly topple Larsson. Let's see. Thorhorter Gudjonsson, 5-3 up against Gudjon Hawkson. So we'll see Icelanders in the last 32. There's just 2 games left in the last 32. This one and Hawkson and Gudjonsson. But we might not see any Icelanders go through to the quarters. We might, who knows? I think the bookies would have it as favourites, as the Icelanders would probably end their campaign at the last 16. But let's wait and see. Stranger things do happen. I'm surprised that Jesper throws a straight dart with that action. If it works for him, it works for him. As I was saying earlier, it reminds me a little bit of Dieter Hedman. When, you know, just that little hold before you let go. I'm doing the action like you can see me. I know you can't. Real slingshot action, I do like it. We have seen slingshot action before on the PDC, but I can't think who. Double 8 here for Skålsson. Oh, and he's bust his score. Didn't want to be doing that. If he is back, it'll only be for 2 at a double. And he might need all 3 the way things are going. Now, if you are enjoying yourself watching this and listening to the commentary, I've actually got a page, my own commentary page, called Robbie's Smashing Sizal Streams. I'd probably get in trouble if I keep advertising it, so I'm not going to do it too much, but Robbie's Smashing Sizal Streams. Go and have a look at that on Facebook, and you can watch some of the stuff I've done before. Give it a like if you fancy. Right, here we go. Another 2 darts at double 16. 1 at double 8. Don't drag this one down. He's done exactly the same, or nearly exactly the same thing. Very cool style indeed. Jesper Sam Poulsen, 10 for double 5, levels this match up. And let's have a look at the bracket. I'll talk you through how the bracket is currently looking. So Rasmer is the first and so far only person through to the quarterfinals. Nilsson is getting there, 4-0. Larsen trails 3-2. Springborg is very nearly there, 5-2.
Come on.
The winner of this one will be taking on Darius Labanauskas. That's going to be their prize. Darius has only played 1 game. And even that one had to be moved to the other board because the previous game was taking too long. So you'd likely think, and I don't mean any offence to these guys, I'm just talking about from sort of a favourites perspective, you'd likely think that Labanauskas will be through to the semis, and the quarters, sorry. His quarter, if he does get that far, would be against Johan Engstrom or Peter Rurik Gudmundsson, who are just warming up as we speak. Well, Jesper's 43 there means he's not on a finish where Hoskolten is, but you'd rather think Jesper will be on a slightly more preferential finish after these 3 darts. There you go, that's a good one. 63 scores so far, 102 minus these. 87 is that? No, 85 apparently.
22 plus 27.
Well, it's 57 plus 22, isn't it? 79, there we go. It wasn't 82, I obviously did the wrong thing. That is all correct now. 86 plays 146. Treble 18. If this goes in the single, what I like is a dart very near the double. I like a dart that's either in the double or the single. Bullseye it is. Oh, not really that close, to be honest. I mean, I like the double one because if you hit a double 18, that leaves a very good double in double 16. But if you miss, you're going to make sure you miss into the single. Tees up tops, does Sven? Should Jesper Sand Poulsen miss here? Playing much better than his previous game. Well, that's an all right miss. I was going for the 4, I'd be happy if that's where it landed. Double 8, though. He's looking down at the floor. I think he's feeling it. Oh, and that's one thing missing outside. It's another thing missing to leave yourself with 5. Double 5. Well, at least he hasn't gone inside to leave the same thing that Jesper's left. 1 for double 2. Oh, blimey. That was a mixture between saying blimey and boy. And that's saying bloy. And cannot not find it. Madhouse. Play aggressive. You have to play aggressive. Well, that said, what would you rather be on? 5 or 2? I guess not much in it, but probably 2 marginally. Double 2 here for the Icelander. And he's left the madhouse as well. Well, oh yeah, he has left the madhouse as well. So it's a game of who can hit double 1. Jesper would have had enough practice at it, hasn't he, today? I might watch this back and see if I can just count how many darts at double 1 have been attempted and hit by Jesper Sand Poulsen. And there it is for Sven Skåre Hoskolten. He leads this one 3-2. And there seems to be some sort of confusion here. Not entirely sure what's going on. If I find out, I'll let you know. I am 1,000 miles away from Iceland at the moment. Could it be, I mean, I was researching something at the time, wrong player is thrown, and they're getting the flawed tournament director or whatnot. Some sort of distraction. When other people are throwing, it all looks fine to me. Obviously there is some sort of issue that needs ironing out, or is it a double toilet break? Who knows? is, yes, for Sam Paulson. He looks in good spirits. Maybe dart connectors stopped working. I think it's the board. The board. Whatever the last score was, it didn't count. But we wait around and see. Now it's probably quite a good time to say I'm not going to go to the other camera because it freezes up this camera, but we are in Bullseye, which is a brand new darts facility, dedicated darts facility in downtown Reykjavik. Reykjavik's only pretty small anyway, and there are a few darts areas around and about, but this one's right in the centre of town. So before, if you were to play here in Reykjavik or in Iceland, we would play somewhere like Grindavik or Keflavik, which is near the airport. Very nice, but just in the middle of nowhere. Here, there are buses, there are hotels, you can walk from the hotels. Very, very accessible from central Reykjavik, which is amazing. And I'm very jealous of everyone who has set foot into that club. And I, for one, cannot wait to go myself. You can see Svein Skorri Höskuldsson sporting a Bullseye logo or text on the back of his shirt. Yeah, there you go. Right, let me take you through a few other scores. We now have 3 men into the quarterfinals. They are Ivan Springborg, Madars Rasma, and Dennis Nilsson. And the 4th has just been confirmed as Marco Cantele. Springborg, Cantele, Rasma, and Nilsson. Cantele 6-0 over Vita Charua. Yanis Mustafayev. I feel you, Yanis. I feel your pain. I think you were there 2019, weren't you, over in Iceland? I seem to remember going to numerous of these events. But yes, I was there in 2019. And it was delightful. But you'll be back, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Looks like a beautiful facility. And here comes Alex Peterson. Gleglu Norris is 5-3 up over on Daniel Larsson. Norris is from Latvia. He threw some pretty good stuff yesterday and this afternoon. And Daniel Larsson has made 100% of the finals. So, well, Daniel Larsson's just pinned in a 180. So it might pull it back to 5-4. If it does go to 5 all, it would be Norris with the darts. There's Madars Rasma putting his darts case down. Looking like Larsson and Gleglu is going to 5-4. If it was 5-4, Larsson would have the darts to make it 5-all. That's an exciting one. Unfortunately, it's not being streamed, but you can watch the live action, well, the scores from that one anyway, right here on Dart Connect. Now, I don't know what's going on. This is Dennis Nilsson from Sweden, having a bit of a practice. I don't know if it's now become an open board. There's a problem with Dart Connect. There's a problem with the board. Yeah, I'm going to switch cameras. That's Daniel Larsson nearest to us. And that is Norris, Gleglu Norris behind him in the black. Well, I don't know what's happened with Hoskolsen and Jesper Sampolsen. I don't know what's happened. It looks to me like Hoskolsen has won the game as part of a default. Might be wrong. But if I find out, I will let you know. Right, I'm going to switch the board back. It might freeze everything for about 30 seconds. If it does, please bear with us. That's pretty good. No freezing there. Just turning the board. That's a little bit of an insight you don't often get to see on the stream. This is going to be a good game. Rasma and Nilsson for a place in the semis.
Double.
Well, he's going to put the spirit level in. If it was tilted like it was there, it certainly wouldn't be straight. But he's just straightening up that board, and that looks good to go.
For me, I think, yeah, this needs right. Yeah. Too much. Dennis. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Line for me. Yeah.
So Rasmus Nilsson starting very, very soon. Of this, we're playing in the semi-final against one of many people. Marco Cantele is the most likely. Well, there we go. Yes, I'm looking at the bracket now, and it looks like Hoskolsen has won that by way of a Jesper forfeit. And I don't quite know the ins and outs. If I do get any information that I can share, I will. But at the moment, I've got absolutely no information whatsoever. But I can tell you now, then, that the winner of this will play the winner of Marco Cantele and either Andreas Toft Jorgensen or Hodder Thor Johnson. Not much action going on behind them, is there? Looks a little bit like a ghost town at the moment. I can confirm there are 3 games being played right now and 2 that are warming up. Thank you, Mariana Cowell says she's from Iceland but lives in America and she loves seeing all the familiar faces on the screen. That's very nice to hear. Glad you're enjoying our coverage. Well, it looks as though Jesper was just feeling a little bit under the weather, which might be why he has withdrawn from this one. Hope it's nothing too serious. Didn't look like anything major. Fingers crossed. Maybe a fraction of dartitis, but wish you well. I do wish Jesper well. I'm sure he'll be back to his brilliant best, because he wasn't quite there, was he? Wasn't quite at the races. But he's ordinarily a real talent, as we need to see a treble 19. Oh, 15s for 18s he likes, which is fine. That works as well. And the reason he's thinking is because he so rarely misses. He's actually thinking, hang on, I've actually missed. How's that happened? In from 141 down to 56. Well, that was a bit of a wild dart, wasn't it? 24 left. Well, what's going on here? I personally would bust this now. 15 left. 3 or bust it. Has he? Well, unless he hasn't got 15 left, because I'm not great at maths. But I make that 14 left. There we go, yeah. I've got a feeling what happened is either Dennis has just miscounted, or he's asked the caller what have I got left. The caller has said something, maybe 17 or whatever. He's gone the 1 to get 16. Actually, oops, a mistake's been made. I do believe by the rules of darts, if that were to happen, it would still stand. If you've made a genuine and honest mistake, you got 16 left, 17 left. Oh no, you haven't. That's what would happen. Anyway, double 18. Well, Dennis Nielsen is back, potentially unexpectedly. Double 7. He can't find it. Do feel a bit sorry for him. As I said, I don't know if it was a miscount, whatever happened. It's not a double you want to be leaving on purpose, is it? Double 4. You know how I knew that had gone in? Before we even did that, you know how I knew that had gone in? I've got a sound coming from Facebook Messenger, so I can sort of briefly hear what's going on the main stage, which is nothing at the moment. And I think there's a slight delay. And I heard, go on! And then I saw him go for it. I thought, there's only one man who shouts like that. It's Matas Razor, of course. He liked that last start. You could see his pumping himself up. Yep, that's a 97. He'll take that. Looking like Nielsen, favourite to break straight back here. Would like a treble though, doesn't want to rely on leaving 141, which is exactly what he's done. And this is where Madders is good. He can make 248 into something a lot more manageable. this occasion he hasn't. In fact, he's not even on the finish, 192. Well, 71, 54 now. Okay, pretty good. Interesting to use the bullseye. He likes going that way. He likes going that way. Well, that was a nasty deflection into the 15s. I mean, it's actually not terrible. Double 18. There we have it. Dennis Nielsen with a minimal of fuss. Pins in his double 18, which is likely to be his favourite double. Breaks straight back and kicks off with a 140. Very, very nice too. So yeah, this is a quarter-final. Have we got any other quarter-finals taking place? We do. We've got one warming up. Another Latvian in Norris Gleglu. And I can confirm, I don't know if I said it earlier, but Norris Gleglu edged out Daniel Larsson. It wasn't even a last leg decider, 6-4. So in that leg, that final what turned out to be the final leg, where Daniel Larsson pinned in a 180 and a ton with his first two visits, I reckon there might have been a few missed doubles there, as the Latvian is now in the quarterfinals and has just kicked off against Ivan Springborg. Henrik Olsen asking, any idea what happened in the game before? Yeah, just saying, I think Jesper wasn't feeling his best. He was a little bit under the weather. Looked like there may have been a bit of dartitis in there as well. It didn't appear to be anything absolutely major, and I really hope it wasn't. Jesper is not only a very nice guy, but a very dedicated guy as well. And I'd like to actually hope that he'll be playing tomorrow and or Sunday. Maybe just needs a bit of a night off. It's always a pleasure watching him play darts. And as a result, it was Svein Skorihos-Skolson who automatically progressed to the quarterfinals. Not the quarterfinals, sorry, the second round proper. As Dennis Nielsen wins leg number 3. And I can confirm Sven Skorihos-Skolson is actually 1-0 up on Darius Labanauskas. Long way to go. Average 88.41 in his first leg. Now, I reckon if he's going to beat Darius, he's going to need to keep that up for the entirety of the match. And there we go. 76 now. Darius has just taken leg number 2. 180 time? You betcha it's 180 time. Rasma, he's good on those 19s. Just thinking. 76 scored. .95 scored. Oh, that's a good 140 as well. Rasma got this yesterday. Or was it today? I think it was today he got this. Another. Oh, Madars. Oh, I was willing that to go. Yeah, it was today he got a 170, and it was brilliant. Double 16. I think Madars will be thinking he deserves another shot with that valiant effort. And it will not be at Bullseye. It should be at 16s or tops. 16s, I reckon 18 for 16s. There it is. What a clean double 18, a single 18 that is, right in the epicenter of the bed. Oh, and he can't find the double. Can't find the double. So Nielsen to pick the pocket of the Latvian. Needs double 4. Similar issues on that side of the board. And I don't think you can give Mados another chance. I think he might miss once, rarely miss twice. I fully expect this to go. And it does, and he liked it. And that is 2-2 now. Darius Labanauskas has regained, or rather gained, the lead over Sven Skori-Hoskolsen, 2-1. Sven still averaging 76. I am impressed. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well, is it 1-3-3 or 1? There's 1-3-3. I wondered for a second, because of the celebration, was it actually a 1-7-1, but a 1-3-3. He'll take that. Knocks off that 0 as well. Or rather, knocks off that 3 to make a 0. And no punishment for Dennis Nielsen. So, the 180 here. I tell you something. That looks inviting. Oh, yes. What's he stopped for? Maybe it's just he can't really see enough of the bed at that angle. Oh, he can stop as much as he wants. He can stop whenever he wants. Lovely 180 to tee up tops. 1-3-3, 180. And this is good, useful from Dennis as well. So 140, 131, still a big ask. There it is, double top for Mados Razma, who worked very hard in that leg. He now has the lead and the break. We've seen a lot of this, haven't we? Mados starting reason. I wouldn't say starting poorly. I think we've seen Dennis starting actually poorly. Averaging 60 or whatever, and then just getting better and better and better. We see Mados averaging, not badly, but just less than what he's capable of doing, but finds moments of absolute magic, like the 170, like that 180 to lead tops. And that usually happens, luckily for him, in the latter stages of the game, or at least not right at the very beginning. Really could do with filling up the bed here. Filling and hoping. Gets the 140, leads 148, but Razma a lot closer to home. In terms of 0, not necessarily geographically. Geographically, I would say that Nielsen is probably close. I'd say Iceland's closer to Sweden than it is Latvia. Not going to take the 148. Oh, and he's not really caused any damage with that at all. He could have at least maybe pressurized the 61, you know, forced Nathos to miss the outer bull or something like that. But nothing like that. Well, still has missed the outer bull. So 59, no big deal. 19. Oh! Oh! Well, look at him. In his defense, we are all human. We all do make mistakes. But that is very, very un-Razma-esque. 19s. Would have left the bullseye. Yeah, outside the board. And then missing the big number. It's not a real biggie. You'll have 16 here. Oh, nope. 20 here for double 18. Razma. Not quite. I wouldn't say not quite found his rhythm or his range, because he clearly has. But just obviously not in a patch where he's just consistently banging on, banging on, banging on. That was a good 68 there from Dennis to level things up, and now everything's with throw. This, you know, both I'm sure have played better. Well, I know both have played better. They're still both playing reasonably well, as that was a very unfortunate bounce out. That was absolutely in the treble 20. But I'd say this is a very exciting tussle. A very exciting tussle. Don't know who's going to win this one. Favourite be Razma, but Nielsen is doing a job when he needs to do a job. Also has the darts. Two big trebles there will be welcomed. The third dart unfortunate. Put Razma back in this leg. Dennis needs a treble here. Doesn't find the treble, so you've got to give the marginal advantage to Razma. Needs just one treble. Well, it's not going to be 20s, is it? Might be 19s. It is 19s. He's on a 143. Back to back. Yeah, back to back 60s. He wanted to avoid. He wanted at least, would have loved for both of them to be tons, but at least one of them to be a ton would have been fine. Nonetheless. Oh, what a setup to leave double A. What a setup. Nielsen's not going to get a shot at this. Has teed up tops. No matters. Let's see, how is he feeling on double 8 now? This is a tough task now. He's got to move. Oh, yeah, he's done very well to find the double 8 there. He had the advantage of break. He lost the advantage of break. And once again, he has the advantage of break. Oh, yes. The upstairs ain't working for you. Just go downstairs. 133 again. Hit that at least twice, possibly more. And Nilsson, back-to-back 59s. The other game taking place is between Ivan Springborg and Gleglu Norris. Springborg is leading that one 3-1. I don't know if Nathan is still watching. A while ago, he asked, is there a reason why there's no Norwegians playing at this event? And sorry, I did see that, and I just totally, I was thinking about it and never got round to answering that. There's not an overwhelming reason, I don't think. And I'm sure if the event was in Norway, there would be an influx of Norwegian players. I mean, travel doesn't help, does it? But no overwhelming reason, to be completely honest with you. Madars is going to be down to a finish first. And that finish is going to be 110. Well, he's got to be careful here. He's on 169 at the moment. He is now on a finish. But if he stayed up 20s and skewed into those 5s or those 1s, it would be no finish. And it would be 6 darts from 110. Oh, and he's gone. Double 18 and just missed outside. So this will be a huge ask for Dennis Nilsson. It's a well-thrown dart, but it's the wrong side of the wire. So surely 36 is going to be a formality for Madars Razma. And he'll be just one leg away from a place in the semi-finals. In the semi-final, he'll play Kantele or Jorgensen, who are just warming up as we speak. He likes downstairs, doesn't he? And I like the 1917 switch. When I'm playing on the soft tip and I play a bit of cricket, the 1917s, they're close to each other. Go for both of them. Makes sense, they're both worth a reasonable amount of points. Yeah, he's starting downstairs, and why not? Gets the 95. Dennis could do with 2 trebles here. Wants to be on a finish after this visit. It's not going to be. Those do look inviting for a treble, and hasn't found it. Caught a bit of the flight, maybe the stem. So you would think that Madars will again be first to a finish. What's that treble? 721. 197. 132, is that? It is. I love it when the math works out for me. 132. 183 is on at the moment, so he doesn't want to stay up there. Oh, blimey. 176 is not going to be done. 6 darts here then for Madars, so it doesn't have to go for anything if he doesn't want to. Can just stay upstairs. That's it. Get a round ton. Or treble 16, which is kind of a good way to go. Or stay there. Or treble 12 for double 18. Oh, Mados Razma takes out 1-3-2, not in the way you'd expect, to book his place in the semi-finals. It's likely he's going to be playing Marco Cantele. But Andreas Toft Jorgensen is the opponent for Marco, which is going to take place very, very shortly. They're in fact warming up as we speak. And maybe he can upset the odds. Over in the other section of the brackets, Ivan Springborg is 4-1 up over Norris Gleglu. And they will play, whoever wins that, which is likely to be Ivan Springborg, is now 5-1, will play the winner of Johan Engstrom and Darius Labanauskas. That's looking like it's going to be on this streaming board. So do stay tuned, because when that one begins, I'll have some live commentary for you.
Always.
Bullseye. Very
hello and welcome to more live commentary here in live Darts Iceland. Quarter-final time, Darius Labanauskas is taking on Johan Engström of Sweden. Johan taken 2 legs to Darius's 1. Whereas over in the other games, we've got Marco Kantele 2-1 down to Andreas Toft Jorgensen. And Gleglu Harris. Gleglu Harris? Let me start that again. Norris Gleglu, there we go, I'm looking at it wrong. Trails Ivan Springborg by 4 legs to 5. Norris with the throw.
Oh.
I'll let you know how that one's going on. Haven't seen Johan Engström on the stream up until now. Well, certainly not this year anyway, probably seen him in the past. Double top. And double top he has not got. Outside chance here for Darius. Treble 18 leaves the ball. Oh yeah, that's looking good, isn't it? Is he feeling it? Is he feeling it? Ooh, wasn't far away. It's one of the better efforts of Bullseye we've seen today. And Johan, without any fuss, takes out tops. And he's halfway there. Darius is going to get his skates on if he's going to win this one. Because I don't think Johan's going to wait around forever. Well, in my ear, I can hear someone having a jolly time and laughing out loud. That's over by the main stage, which is not massively in the vicinity of where these guys are throwing. But as long as they're having fun, I guess that's the main thing. So it's quarterfinals now. Ivan Springborg has just beaten Norris Gleglu 6-4. A very good run from Gleglu. But is not going to take the title for today. Meanwhile, Andreas Toft Jorgensen was leading Marco Kantele. Marco Kantele has pulled it back. That is now all honours even at 2 apiece. So we have 2 semi-finalists ready and waiting to go. The other 2, I couldn't even begin to guess who is going to come through. I'm going to tell you how the semi-finals are going to work. The winner of this one will take on Ivan Springborg. The winner of the other one will take on Mados Razma. So if Kantele wins it, it would be a Kantele-Razma semi, And I'm not sure that'll be on the board. I think the Ivan Springboard one will be on the board, which is still a very, very good match to be broadcasting. If any of the semis are going to be good. As Darius pins in 76 in a clean kill, 2 darts. And look at that average. They're both playing well now. But yeah, with the other one, it'll be very interesting for me because I said I reckon Cantele is going to come through and win this tournament. I said he'd beat Razma in the final. That's not possible now because we know they're going to be playing each other in the semi-final. So if it is Cantele and Razma, one of those will make the final. And either Springborg or one of these two will also make the final. So we are nearly there for a full day's work, full day of action. It's been good fun. I hope you have enjoyed it. We've still got a little time to go. 2 more matches after this one to bring you. I do hope you got a kick out of watching live darts for the Nordic and Baltic Tour. And it is now like a ghost town out there. Only 2 boards are in play. Board 1 and board 3, which is this one. And it'll probably be board 1 and board 3 for the semis. And board 9 for the final. Oh, 2 very good treble 19s there from Darius. So this Johan is going to have to go. Treble 18. Okay. 61. Well, has teed up in the end. Well, there's 7 off. Treble 18. Double 18. He did very well to tee up double 12 and is going to get a shot at it, owing to that millimetre miss by Labanauskas. The darts is quite the game of millimetres.
Come on.
Wow, look at the turn on Engstrom's flights. They spin. Not only as they enter the board, but as the other 2. That one there, I don't know if it was a loose flight or a loose stem, as we see Labanauskas pin in double 18. To level things up. Yeah, I'll be interested to actually have a look at Johan's dart setup because the one there that was spinning as it entered the board, and then as the other 2 entered the board, the vibrations caused it to spin even further. Not like Labanauskas is, which are very, very still. Let's have a look now. Let's see if it's all of his darts or if it's just that one loose dart. Yeah, it's all of them. Look at that. Look at the spin. Spinny spin. And again. Yeah, you guessed it. I was in the treble 2 there, that one. Very nice, very nice. 136. I can't stop looking at his flights now. .147's not going to go. Is the 170 going to be threatened? No, it is not. It might be left-handed, though. So 80 semi-handily. 90 left. Labanauskas wants 15 for double 16. gets 15 for double 16. When I joined this game, Johan was in the lead. It is with throw. But it is Labanauskas with the marginal edge. Both in terms of average. In terms of that really good score being a 180. And the fact that he has the darts. All three of those, at the moment, working in his favour. Oh, what a good way to respond to a 180. He's hit one straight back at your opponent. Brilliant stuff from the pair of these two. Oh, blimey, not 3 on the spin, surely not. No. 95 there. So in this leg, only 1 point separates them. Really wants to treble here.
Oh.
Well, okay. Don't quite... Oh, I get it, in as much as 15 would have left 170. May as well go for the bullseye. But, I don't know, 15's bigger than the bull. I don't know. What I do know is that if Johan's back, he'll be back on something relatively reasonable. If that's 120... That's 55 left, so we're looking at the 15s here. Yes, very, very good setup play indeed. Darius has got to pull this one out of the hat. This would be some way to do it, and it might go, you know. Treble 19. Oh my, bullseye for Darius Labanauskas. Oh, and that would have been epic, and he'd be throwing for the match. It's a game of millimeters, isn't it? Set it up very well. First 2 trebles, perfect. Just couldn't find the bullseye. But Johan needs to clean this up. Doesn't clean this up. And Darius breathes again. Double 8. Gets his double 8. Johan had the opportunity to save it, to go 4-all. Couldn't grab it by the horns. Looking like Labanauskas goes through to the semis. Where he plays either... Oh, sorry, where he plays Ivan Springborg, who is waiting in the wings, ready to pounce. Two very nice trebles there for Johan, not giving up, but Darius has the chance to end it here. Not now. Needed treble 20. Outside chance here for Johan. Well, it's now on. Double 10. Oh. You can feel how hard that went in the board because you could see the other 2 darts turn the flights. Could that be curtains as we see double top? And double top it is. And Darius Labanauskas is through to the semi-finals where Ivan Springborg awaits. Now it's just a matter of the other semi-final, quarter-final, should I say. Marco Cantele is playing Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Andreas leads that one 4-3. The winner of that plays Mados Razma. Well, I told you I thought we were going to get the Springborg game, Springborg and Labanauskas, but we're not. We're getting Madars Razma, and he's not going to be playing Marco Cantele. I'll tell you why. Cantele lost out 6-3 to Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Jorgensen averaged 89 to Cantele's 80. So on this board, very shortly, we should see Razma and Jorgensen. We've got two Danes, a Latvian and a Lithuanian in our semi-finals. But who is going to make the big final? Is Razma going to make back-to-back finals and bid for back-to-back titles? Which at the very beginning I said I reckon we're going to get one who's been in the final already. Well, only one of these four has been in the final already. Labanauskas hasn't. Springborg hasn't. Jorgensen hasn't. So it could be a brand new final. Well, it will be a brand new final in as much as the two people playing won't have played each other. But are we going to see two new contestants? If we do, it's got to be Andreas Toft Jorgensen winning this game. Otherwise, it will be Razma. He'll be taking on one of Springborg or Labanauskas. I will continue with my commentary very, very shortly when the action begins.
three first.
No, no, just I asked him to let me know.
Yeah, all right, yeah, okay. Bullseye. Yeah.
9 now?
Yeah.
Well, Darts database tells me that Andreas Toft Jorgensen of Denmark reached the last 64 of the Swedish Open in 2019. Also played in the PDC European Tour Nordic and Baltic qualifier in 2019 as well, and reached the quarterfinals. That's the only information I've got about him in terms of ranking play. I'm sure there is a lot more to the Jorgensen chapter than Darts database is letting off. 2 semi-finals, of course there's 2 semi-finals, that's how semi-finals tend to work. Ivan Springborg and Darius Labanauskas, and Andreas Toft Jorgensen against Madars Razma. The winners will play each other over on the main stage, with Christopher Vikstrand doing the commentary. And that's pretty much all there is to it. First to 6, as it has been throughout the entirety of the day. Let's see what happens. The champion of the afternoon session was Madars Razma, this man here. It's going to take some doing to beat him. The only way, or the easiest way I'd say, is for Toft Jorgensen to go quick, to start quickly, to get 2 or 3 legs in very quick succession, because that's the stage Madars Razma tends to turn up the heat when it really matters, when we get down to the business end of legs, of games, of matches. When the pressure's on, he deals with it. Well, that being said, there's not really any pressure yet. It's already a rather large visit. 137. Another game hasn't started as of yet. But of course, I'll keep you updated with the progress of that one. If you are watching either on Facebook or YouTube, do feel free to give a quick comment. I see a comment and I fancy reading it out, I will. John Hazeldine has said, hello guys. Hi John. And the Go Darts Pro channel says, come on Andreas, make it count. So there we go, Andreas has got a fan. I'm sure he's got many fans actually. And a nice 133. Razma was happy with that. Puts a little pressure on this 160. 160, which is now not going to go. Gets down to a ton. Razma might have a shot at a double here. Well, he still might have a shot at double. That double would be Bullseye if he does get to it. Can he use that to try and squeak into the treble 20? The answer is no. So Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Tops or treble for double. Yeah, treble looked like the easier target. Tees up 60. But might be a little irrelevant, as Razma will get a shot at something here. That shot is likely to be tops. It is tops. And I can't see, but I can see the body language of Razma, who's saying, how did that not go in? Furious with himself. Same equation required, minus the 10 and the 20. Just a straight double top. And a straight double top it is. For the Dane. Madders is in with the treble 20. Not so good 55, followed by a much better 1-2-1. Oh, and so is Andreas in the treble. Treble 19. Cannot separate these two in this leg as of yet. Okay, it's early days. It's only 1-0. Only 6 starts have been thrown. But I do get the impression we're in for a very close ride. Went for Bullseye there. Didn't get the worst result in the world. I think he's done that last time, didn't he? He was going for outer ball, got 15. Just at 35. So that's 150. Oh, and that's not nice. Not a nice fall out, deflection, bounce out, whatever you want to call it. But he looks like he's got, well, did have time on his sides. Oh, blimey, might not have much time on his sides. Will not have much time on his side. Lovely. Ton 80, a timely ton 80 for Jorgensen. This 150 had to go, isn't going to go. And can't even get a treble, so what a timely 180. That's put some pressure on Rasma, who did have the throw in this leg. And 32 is there. He's cool as a cucumber. Here's Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Not sure he's won any of these events before. But he's well on his way to doing so. A third of the way there and in the treble again and again. And not again. Well, let's see. I say, when Madder is feeling it, when Madders is feeling it, Madders delivers. I'm not saying words correctly because I'm ever so slightly tired. It's 8 minutes to 11 at night here in the United Kingdom. I started doing this at 12 o'clock. A couple of hours off between the shifts. I must say, absolutely love it. Trebleless visit, a rare one in terms of Andreas Toft Jorgensen, and this is where Rasma kicks on. Well, a good score, 119. But would have rather those extra 15 points. Treble 19, first port of call. $86, so treble 18. $83, so treble 17. He's going all round the board. Thankfully, he's good at maths. Finally, pins in a treble he was after. We've seen Mados go for this. That looks like a great guide to the treble. Oh, it was a great guide to the treble. And Mados doesn't quite know what's going on. Andreas doesn't really look like missing, does he? And hasn't missed in the slightest. Playing a very steady game is Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Finds himself 3-0 up, is halfway there, but never, ever count this man out.
No, come on.
I mean, he is going to start to run out of time. That is the one concern. If this was first to 100, I'm sure I'd be laughing. But it's not first to 100, it's first to 6. And Matters is just having a couple of very loose visits. The 2 treble 19s were good in the last leg, but that single 5 to score 119, that kind of started some sort of drought, or is it draft? I don't know. And there we go, that's a little more welcome from the Latvian. The score for Mados, where all 3 darts were in or around the area which they are intended. By in or around, I mean the single or the treble was hit. And is this going to be that little section of the game where Mados doesn't miss a thing? Because you know it's coming, don't you? You know it's coming, it always does. That was a great last dart there from Andreas. 158 might need to go. Oh, what a last start that was. Oh my. Oof. Had space. Couldn't utilise from it. We'll take the 140 instead to leave 4. But Mados doesn't want to play games here. Straight in 2 or 3 darts. Well. Treble 17 leaves 12. Which is okay. I think he was just checking that's definitely what it left. He likes his double 4, so why not double 6? Personally, my favourite double on the board, double 6. Maybe Matters feels a similar way. Good clean kill, that one. Don't think I've ever seen 63 gone that way before. But if he likes it and he hits it, certainly the right thing to do. Madars Razma trails 3-1. We find Mazars potentially a little patch, a little purple patch. Let's ignore those darts because my timing tends to be terrible. But if we ignore that, maybe he is in a little purple patch. Oh, here we go. Here we go. That's the 171 he was looking for. And I think when he just gets a good score or 2 or 3 good visits or a good checkout, it just changes something. And he barely misses. I think it's a nice paced game for Mados as well. I think they throw at a similar pace. Remember, it was 3-0 not so long ago. Be very interested to see what happens next. One, 4, 6.
60 score.
60.
Another one of those. Can switch if he wants. What's that 80 score? 94 left. Treble 18. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. If Andreas doesn't take out this 146, I just cannot see him missing this tops. Cannot see it. It might happen. It sometimes does. But I can't see it. Well, I'm surprised he even went low. I couldn't even see him going low, to be honest. Double 10. There we go. So 3-0 down, all of about 2 minutes to go. Throwing to level up the match. Over on the other board, the averages are 76 to Springborg and 79 to Labanauskas. Little disparity, but nothing too drastic. Ivan Springborg finds himself 4-0 down to Darius Labanauskas. Quite astonishingly. That said, there is a very clear argument to say that Labanauskas and Razma are the best two players here.
Come on. 75.
And there we go. Springborg's just pinned back a leg, so it's now 4-1 in favour of Lithuania's Darius Labanauskas. And are we going to see the old Classico, Labanauskas and Razma, the two tour card holders, do battle in the final? Well, so far, of the two events we've seen the winner of one, lose in the next final. Rasma was the winner of two. Is he going to lose in the next final, win in the next final, or lose here? One of those three things is going to happen. 108 might start downstairs. Starts upstairs. 48. Double top. Oh, what a checkout. And what a time to do it, especially as Maros Razma was sitting on tops. That was the Razma throw. That was a ton plus finish. That was a true mark of class. He's doing a Razma, isn't he? After getting a really good score, a really good finish, cracking on with a really good score. And perhaps it is the Danes' day. Two Danish men in the semis. One of which, Ivan Springborg, looks like he is going to fall to the hands of Darius Labanauskas. And I'd say Razma was the favourite, I would have said, before these two were going head-to-head. Not anymore. But maybe Jorgensen wanting to keep Danish hopes alive. Oh, this is good. Oh, this is really good. Rasmus just hit a 95. A good 95. Was very happy with it. Jorgensen has nearly doubled that. Pins in a 180 of his own. And this is looking very, very smart from Andreas Toft Jorgensen indeed. And assuming Labanauskas wins and Andreas Toft Jorgensen win, Labanauskas will have a bit of a task on his hands to stay with this man. And just going for the bullseye, wants to find something, cannot find something right now. So Andreas has plenty of time for this. Tops is 10 to be hitting it first darts. Well, second will do, we'll let him off. If Madas is going to reach his second final in one day, he's going to have to win all 4 remaining legs. Not one to give up is Madas, I say that time and time again. Darts like that do help. Oh, what a last dart that was. What a last dart. Yeah, Matters, I don't think we'll be looking at the 20s anytime soon. Oh, look at him go now. Look at him go now. 133, 171, not a single 20 or a treble 20 for that matter. Hit. And I reckon he practices the 19s an awful lot. Madas is on for a 12-darter. Jorgensen nowhere near. Might as well forget this leg. Wouldn't forget this leg. He still had 2 good visits of 98, 96 and 98. Oh, you saw that happen a few times with Daniel Larsson going for the bullseye. I don't think Rasmus will be... I mean, I think he's frustrated that obviously it happened. But if he looks at the score and sees where Jorgensen is, don't think it'll be of any major concern. Especially now. Jorgensen's on 194 after that 55. So 10, 20 or 16, double 18. And there's a leg back. In a minimum of fuss. That, Madas Rasma, is how it's done. Andreas just taking a couple of seconds to compose himself. He wants to win it now. Is definitely the best time. Definitely the best time. If he loses this leg, Madas could be throwing, or would be throwing the leg after. Then it'll be a last leg decider. There'll be pressure. Madas would have won 2 legs back to back. 3 legs back to back. It's a good last dart there, but that's a good first dart for Matters, and a good second dart, and a good third dart. He liked it. If they're a crowd, I'm sure they would have erupted. Andreas needs to find really 2 trebles here. That's one of them. Can't find 2. Finds 1. Might not be quite enough. Because Rasmussen, when he knows he can hit the treble, that's exactly what he does. Back-to-back 171s? Of course it is. Was it ever in doubt? And again, he's on a nice finish after 9. Well, he really has to stay straight, doesn't he? Staying straight would be 152. Gets the treble, it's 112. $172 at the moment, which doesn't want an awkward number to give him a bogey. I think he's done relatively well there to stay straight and hit the single. But it should really Be mad as Razma. Oh, especially now. 47 left. 32 left. Ooh, 16 left. Right, then this is for the match. This would be a story in itself if he can take this out, which he can't. He probably won't be back. Good last dart. Very clever thinking. Malas Razmadem is taking his time.
Come on, mother.
He's G'ing himself up. Thigh slap, head jolt. Come on, he's saying to himself. He is feeling it. I'm telling you, he's feeling it. But he doesn't care whether he's feeling it or not. That was a 14 darter. Was a Madar's break. And we may well be going all the way. Madars just needs to hold here. We're in the last leg decider. If we are in the last leg decider, this is what I was talking about. The momentum will be firmly with this man, who's not even going to look at the treble 20s, so he might now. Nope, he won't now. He'll go 17s instead.
26,
Super stuff.
137? Yeah, I think so.
137?
127. 127. Yeah.
127. Excuse me for 10. I'm loving this switch to the 17s. It does make sense to me. Makes a lot of sense to me. Fascinating matchup, this one. Absolutely fascinating. Andreas is still close, but, you know, when I said that Razma just finds a fifth gear and goes ballistic, yeah, that's been happening. And it's hard to manage. Where'd he go now? Oh, stays there, okay. I want to know where his third switch would be, or his second switch. If he loses line on the 19s, loses line on the 17s, is it 15s? It's not a bad one to go, is it? Carry on that path. Is it 16s, 18s, or is it the good old-fashioned treble 20? I'd imagine it's probably the latter. A slip for Jorgensen, an opening for Razma. Only 45 scored there. And Razma's back upstairs. Does enough there. Doesn't make the most of it, but does enough. Gets the one treble 20, which at the moment is okay. Jorgensen really wants one. Doesn't get one. 6 darts from 187 to take us to a deciding leg. It's going to be Madars Razma, who's firmly going to have the momentum and the belief. But let's see what this young man, Andreas Toft Jorgensen, is made of.
Come on.
And I'm saying it like the leg's over. It is not. It's never over until the last dart has been thrown in it. Well, if he gets a treble here, this becomes very interesting. He does. It's 99 to leave 97. Razma doesn't really look like missing, does he? No, not at all. Treble a 10 for double 18. For a last leg decider. G's himself up. You know what happened last time? He missed, then he hit. He would be very happy for that. There's the miss.
No.
Oh, and it's another miss. And this is for the match, and it's much more manageable than that 148 or whatever it was he was on about 5 minutes ago. Treble 19. Treble 18. Oh, he's got it. Here we go then. Double 12. And that is called adrenaline, pressure, and missing by some distance. More than an inch. And that was for the match as well. That was for the match as well. Oh, I love this sport. That is called absolute bottle. Absolute having a plan and sticking to it. Because he may well have missed 3 at double 9. That was class. And again, I heard the scream about a second before it went in. So it kind of ruined it for me. Maybe I should mute it, but I don't want to touch it. I don't want to break the machine. Right then, Rasmus on the floor. Andreas Toft Jorgensen will be feeling so much pressure. Oh my, 23 and 16. That, the dart was so far away from any sort of intended target. If it was in the 7, it would have been a better dart. It would have been an unluckier dart, but a better dart. But Rasmus is doing the same sort of thing. Needs a treble here. Doesn't get a treble here, so off the hook. Let's start this leg again. There we go. The ton here. I'd imagine Rasmus will still stay downstairs. It's a good guide. It's not so good a guide. And that's not so good either. Rasmus thrives on pressure. And he thrives on himself playing well. I know that sounds a bit daft, but when he does one good thing, he might as well do 50 good things. What a last start that was from Andreas Toft Jorgensen. This is nail-biting stuff. I am shaking like a leaf. I haven't got a clue what's going to happen. And Madars gets the treble. He's hanging in on this leg. Right, needs to switch at some point. He does switch at some point. He's got his brain in gear. Right, Madars Rasmus, what he would give to hit a score of 180 or 171 or whatever it is. 3 big trebles here. Oh, what a time to bounce out. And you know full well that was in the 57, don't you? Of course you do. That would have been for the big fish. And that bounce out, that untimely and nasty bounce out, gives Jorgensen just 3 more darts. He's going to need them now, considering that to play with. He's left to Shanghai. Rasmus will still believe he can win this match. Shanghai's a big ask. Because it has been Rasmus who's been playing the better darts over the course of the last 10 to 15 minutes. 207. 187. Oh, he's not even on a finish from there. And it might be the day of this young Danish man, Andreas Toft Jorgensen, who now can breathe because Madars is not on a finish. Treble 20 here. Leaves himself 80. Treble 20, treble 20, treble 20. Leave yourself 6. Go on. Okay, starts on the 19s, as he has been doing so effectively. Right then. You rather feel this has got to go, because you just never know what Rasmus is going to do. Another big, fat 20, nowhere near the treble, double top. And he's low. My word. Rasmus hit this today, hasn't he? Treble 20, double 5. How are your nerves? How are your nerves? I'm nervous. I'm guessing all 3 of us are nervous. I'm guessing these 2 are probably slightly more nervous than I am. Right, treble 20. Oh, it's in, and that looks so good. Bullseye for the match. Oh, Madars Rasmus. Madars Rasmus. Oh, this match has quite simply had it all. Quite simply had a little piece of everything. Oh, I do hope you've enjoyed yourself. I really do. Double 10, double 5. Oh, it's not his turn to miss again, is it? It is his turn to miss. He's bust his score. And you could say, okay, that's actually better than leaving double 5. But, oh, blimey. And Madars is surely going to show his experience and just somehow creep over that line. He won't care how he's done it, as long as he does it. Single, or 17, because he loves double 4. It's his absolute favourite. He does not miss double 4. He did here, though. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Stop it. Stop it. No, I have now seen it all. I have seen it all. That is the equivalent of Gary Anderson against, against what's his name? As that double 10 goes in, wasn't really in doubt in the end. Madars Razma must be pig sick. Well, what an absolutely phenomenal game. That really had it all. Ton plus finishes, drama, a last leg decider. Madars Razma hit that double 2. That double 2 was in. It was also out. Paul Hogan, that's the guy I was thinking of. Remember when in the UK Open a number of years ago, Anderson played Paul Hogan. Anderson needed ball to win. It hit the bullseye. It didn't hit the wire. It hit the ball and it bounced out. That's just what happened to Madars Razma. That is so unfortunate. I do feel very, very sorry for Madars Razma, who did what it took to win. He hit that double 2 and just got rejected by the boards. Andreas Toft Jorgensen will be absolutely thrilled. I'm thrilled for him as well. Unfortunately, there's got to be a loser in this game. I'm sure Madars will be happy with his performance. So far, 2 semis and a title. We'll be battling it out tomorrow twice more. I'm sure he'll believe he can pick up at least 1 more title, maybe even 2. But this evening is all about Jorgensen, Andreas Toft Jorgensen, who is going to be playing in the grand final against Darius Labanauskas. It's going to be on this very special main board. And it'll be in just a few minutes' time. Go and grab yourself a drink of water. I think you need it after that. That was one of the best darts matches I've ever commentated on. Unbelievable drama. Seriously good stuff. We've got the final to follow. It's usually Labanauskas taking a selfie. This time he's actually on his phone. Probably telling everyone to tune in. Now the final's going to be taking place in a few minutes' time. I can confirm, courtesy of PDC Nordic and Baltic, that this is Andreas Toft Jorgensen's first ever Pro Tour final. Congratulations, young man. Let's see, can he go all the way? The drama will continue very shortly.
Það sést hverjir drekka kristall.
Well, hello there. It looks as though, despite the other finals have been on the main stage, both players are practicing here. I see Christopher in the background, which suggests to me that they'll be playing on this board. But I guess time will tell. I'm only just catching my breath back after that absolutely stunning semi-final there. The first final of the season for both of these players. The first final ever on the PDC N&B circuit for Andreas. And you know it was only time before Darius Labanauskas got into a final. And today is that day, or this evening is that evening. 10:30 over in Iceland, 11:30 here in the UK. Wherever you are joining us. It's a pleasure to have you on board. If you have just joined us, by the way, you have missed some darts. Let me tell you that. Let me tell you. If you are also just joining us, I absolutely demand you go back and watch that last semi-final. Maros Razma threw a dart. He had 4 left. He threw a dart. It landed inside double 2. And the board spat it out. Ugh, that's no way to lose a semi. But Andreas did an absolutely stellar job in that match. You can see Christopher just watching the practice darts. Very, very pleased that we are doing a first here in the PDC Nordic Baltic in having a cooler. I think adds to the nice atmosphere, adds to the stream. And I just love the fact that, you know, in the big stage, 180, the crowd go wild. Here, Christopher screams it, and there is just silence. It's just like a reminder that actually, you know, we are behind closed doors. And, oh my goodness, there is now a lot of pressure on me. I just think it adds so much. I really do. Here we go then. Throwing for Bullseye.
First leg is Andreas.
Bullseye. Andreas has won the Bullseye, and it's a straight shootout to determine who is going to win PT3. Number 1 was won by Larson. Number 2 was won by Razma. Neither of these players have been in either of the finals yet, up until now.
100.
Right, the frustrating thing for me here is that I can hear Christopher's voice before the last dart's been thrown. Oh well, I'll live with it. I'm sure I'll live with it.
57.
It'll actually make me look good, won't it? Right then, Jorgensen yet to hit a treble. And still yet to hit a treble. So a little bit of a slow start.
78.
You know, if you're going to win the Bullseye, make sure you win that first leg.
60.
That is 3 60s and a 41. There we go, nice use of that treble 19, 96 the score. And of course, using that treble 19 means he is on a finish. It's a big finish.
By 170.
It's one that will whip the crowd up to a frenzy if it goes. Oh my. I think he would have gone for it. Something tells me he would have given it a go.
90.
And cleans up on the outer ball.
$85. There is you by 80.
top needed.
60. Andreas Bullseye,
It's a
95.
little low. So Andreas, perfect opportunity here. Needs the double 19. Gets the double 19. And it was a little bit of a slow start. Many trebles, but he got an important double. Lovely 95 in 2 darts. We have the first leg on the board and a game on our hands.
42.
It's not far away from the treble, was it? Just sneaking into that treble 5. I know who Go Darts Pro Channel is supporting. Sent lots of messages of support for Andreas.
60.
They're saying he can win this. Of course he can win this. There's 2 players in a match. Any outcome is possible. But we don't need to do any of that. Andreas is a very good player. He's just beaten Matters Razma in an absolute epic. A delicious matchup. One that I'm going to download and keep for an eternity. That's good. That's good. 2 big trebles there for Andreas. That gets him down to a finish first. Darius should be on one himself. I think that's 2 in the treble. And there's 180. By Christopher. The first of the game. Last dance. It's Darius' turn to clean up. 32. 24. Gets it in 2 very clean darts.
Game on.
And yes, a 78 and a 95, our first 2 finishes by either player. They're looking pretty good, aren't they? The pair of them.
39.
Oh, and there it is, the second one of the match. Andreas Toft Jorgensen pins in a super smashing 180 on his throw as well, because he's not going to want to give away his early throws. 1 on his leg, just didn't throw in the first leg. Looking to do exactly that here in the 3rd leg of this match. If you're just joining us, this is the final. Darius Labanauskas of Lithuania. You may recognise that name before.
41.
He's a very well-established darts player. Played in World Championships, even made the quarters at Ali Pali a couple of years ago. Andreas Toft Jorgensen never has reached a European final. When I say European final, I mean a PDC N&B final. That has all changed. And I'm sure today will give him lots and lots of experience, lots of positives, regardless of what happens, win or lose. But he won't be thinking about losing, will he?
52.
He's got 80 to go 2-1 up. Double top.
Game
And again, he's clean.
clean.
No missed darts at double.
Game on.
No missed darts at double. Treble 19, double 19, 2020 tops.
58.
Potential opening here for Andreas. Only 58, the opening gambit from Darius. Oh, he gets 2 treble 19s. And capitalises on the lack of treble from Labanauskas to open this leg. And he's not gone again. Again, another visit without a treble. If Andreas can find one here.
59.
Well, doesn't do so. And this is where Darius
140.
can punish. $50 points separate these two.
60.
And now the leader 10. Remember, it is Darius with the darts.
$39.
39. What's going on, Darius? Darius first to a finish. Doesn't mean too much, does it? Because Darius could get to a nice finish from 219. Gets the 19 knocked off. 180 at the moment. Really wants a treble. Oh, gets a treble. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
148.
Put some pressure on this 148. It'll be Shanghai for Darius if he doesn't get this 148, but he might, you know. No, he will not. Choices here. Right, just stay there. Yeah, it does stay there.
120.
Not for double four, sorry, 140 would have been for double four, 448. Here we go. Single 20. Double top, it's wide open.
100.
Oh, and it's just low. He's just low.
48.
So 48 is what is in order for a break of throw. There's the 8. And there's the tops. I don't think he's missed the darts and double. I think it's 3 for 3. Treble 19, double top, double top.
Game on.
Am I right?
$44.
Thank you to Lilo, who is saying that there is good stuff here from both players. I would agree. Get your chance. We're nearly finished for the day. If you want a message read out, then go ahead and give a comment either on Facebook or YouTube. If I like the look at it, I might just read it out with your name. Now, Lilo has written a nickname for Darius Labanauskas.
83.
D, another one, which I think is genius. She's written, or he has written, "Come on, Mr. Laba Laba." Very good, I like that one. Now is probably quite a good time to tell you about the order of play tomorrow. As we just see what
98
here, 98. So, it's the same format, the same tournaments, and the same timings as today. 2 events taking place tomorrow.
97.
Pro Tour 4 and Pro Tour 5. The first starts at 11 o'clock Iceland, which is 12 o'clock UK, 1 o'clock Central Europe, 7 a.m. Eastern US. You get the picture, you can work it out from there. The second event, which is Pro Tour number 5, starts at 6 p.m. local, 7 p.m. UK, 8 p.m. Central Europe or Western Europe, and 1 p.m., 2 p.m. East Coast America.
60.
Now, for Pro Tour number 4, it's going to be a good one, I'm sure, the afternoon session. The first hour is not going to have any commentary. The first hour-ish. I've got a couple of things on. I will run as fast as I can to get back in time for commentary. But you might have a quiet hour, maybe just over an hour.
50.
But when I am back,
Andreas through by
the
128.
fun will really begin. As Darius misses 10s, misses 5s. Treble 20 leaves Bullseye for Andreas. Can't get it.
63.
Nice use of that bull. 63
That
scored
is
there.
through by 5.
Leaves him on 65. If you got the Bullseye, I would have left him on tops. Double 2. Long way off.
1.
And can't find the double 2. So more misses for Labanauskas. Is this the day of the Dane? It might be. Would be his first win of an event of this caliber.
25.
Well,
That is through by 4.
I do think Outer Bull is the shot there. I really do. But if he hit it and that's the first dart at double he's missed, so maybe he just fancied. Madhouse for Lucky D. Unlucky D in this situation.
Andreas through by 40.
Cannot find the double 1. Andreas has been lethal on the doubles. It doesn't matter if he misses 1 or 2. He doesn't miss 1 or 2.
Andreas Jørgensen.
Misses 0.
That is from first. Game on.
Masterclass, this really is. You know, the scoring is similar, but Andreas cannot half check out.
140.
He's there from Darius, and we feel that Darius is going to need to do a few more of these to give himself more chances at doubles. The way things are going.
40.
That's good that from Darius. Back-to-back ton 40s. Has the overwhelming lead in this leg. Still has work to do. Assuming he doesn't in this leg, or doesn't for that matter. He still has work to do. But 5-1 would be pretty torrid. 4-2, not bad.
125.
Oh, 3 visits, 6 trebles. Lifting himself 96 after 9. This is looking a lot more positive.
100.
Labanauskas.
There is you by 96. 56.
Well, absolutely plenty of time. 180 would still leave a big one. And the big one is not going to be left now.
41.
This is what I was talking about, because if Darius misses 3 here, it's still on. He's not been particularly good on those doubles, has he, as of yet? Change very easily. I think all 3 of those were intentionally thrown, so if he was going to miss, it would be high, which is the right thing to do.
47. That is you by 40.
And still has plenty of time on his hands.
Game on
But doesn't need time yet. First dart.
7 seconds. Andreas
Fourth dart,
first.
depending on where you count.
Game
I
on.
count that first dart, personally. Darius takes another leg. And we have a game on. We have a possible mini comeback. But Andreas, I think he was saving all of his energy.
123.
All of his energy. He's saving his energy for the legs he genuinely believes he's going to win. This might be one of them. Average is nothing special, but it is close, isn't it?
45. 58.
Steady ton from Darius. Not much in it in this leg. 36 to be precise. 136 now.
82.
Yeah, that's a good last start. Nice cover shooting. We've seen some good cover shooting today. The obvious one that springs to mind is Rasna, who started numerous legs on Trauma 19.
39.
And that was a rather untimely bounce out or fall out there. But he's going to have to hope that Darius doesn't get another treble, and he probably will, because that's sitting very pretty. Well,
98.
didn't like the line, needed to switch. Just working out what it is on. 75 the score. 106.
135.
Yeah, good darts. Very, very nice last start. Useful. He should have 2 darts at a double of his choosing. I'd say tops. I'd say go for big 60 tops. He's been lethal on tops.
And he has you by 46.
Yeah, absolutely. Double top. Ooh. A rare miss.
32.
Oh, and an ugly miss.
Darius you by 76.
Darius needs this. Darius needs this. To be very big in the context of this game, and that's a great dart. His doubling, though, has been slightly problematic. Double 8s. And he can't find the double 8s. What is going on? He asks himself. Andreas Toft Jorgensen, sorry. Double 7. This is awkward. Is this awkward? Yes, it is.
Darius you by 16.
Darius has been let off the hook, and if there's anyone that can't be let off the hook, it's this man. Double 4. It's a great guide, isn't it? Just stopping to think, that's a great guide. A super duper guide.
8.
Oh, and he's found the dart. All he had to do was tap it, and it was in, but he just found the wrong angle. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Andreas, that's no help, is it? That's no help. And neither is that.
Darius you by 8.
He's shaking his head. But all you can do is the job in hand. He's still missing inside. And finally, wins the double and will sense a significant sense of relief, I reckon. Because both missed many, many, many doubles. In fact, Labanauskas missed more doubles there than Andreas did.
121.
But he did this last game, didn't he, Andreas? He got close. Then he let his opponent in, then he let his opponent in, then he let his opponent in, and he went all the way. This looks to me like it's got last leg decider written all over it.
$59.
A lot of people were having a prediction. As we see, Andreas Toft Jorgensen pin in a very timely 180 indeed. A lot of people were having their guess as to who was going to win this evening's tournaments. The main guesses were Marco
95.
Cantele and Daniel Larson. neither going to win this. As we see two lovely big treble 19s from Andreas Toft Jorgensen. And is this the little push he needs to go all the way? It's his debut final here in the PDC N&B Pro Tour.
59.
He might have 6 darts from here. Wouldn't want to bank on Darius missing 167, but he might.
26.
Oh, and he
and
he gets 26. And now, even if he does miss Darius, which he might not, he needs the bullseye. He's taking his time. 2 stellar darts. Oh, and you do not get any closer than that. Andreas, if his heart wasn't in his mouth. Oh, wow. 10 or 2, 2 or 10 or 2 or 10 or 2. 42 he's got left.
69. That is you by 25.
He didn't have 42 left. What am I talking about? He had 62 left. Sorry. It's very late. It's past midnight here in the UK. And I managed to confuse myself. Ho-hum. And there's more misses from Darius Labanauskas. Misses from my brain. And misses from Darius Labanauskas. Now, I'm not sure if that dart in the bull was in the bull. But I do know that one is in the double 10. That was a break of throw. Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Just one leg away from lifting up the trophy of Pro Tour number 3 of the 2020 PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. Oh, hasn't it been drama-filled so far? At the beginning, I was listing some potential names who I thought, could possibly do a thing or two, win the tournaments. Darius was one of them. Rasmus was one of them. Larsson was one. Nilsson was one. Another 1-8, this time in favour of the Lithuanian. Talking Lithuania, Barauskas was one. I thought Norris from Latvia had a chance of making a run, did make a run. Anyway, the moral of this story is Andreas Toft Jorgensen was not in my list.
60.
He is now, that's for sure. He certainly is now, and I'm sure he's won the hearts of many of you at home as well. He's showing true grit and determination. Battling hard. Battling hard through Sherwood Forest. That's a little Robin Hood joke for any of you who may not be aware. And there we go. Lilo is watching in Estonia. Says it's past 2 a.m. Still enjoying the game. Well, thanks for staying up. Glad you're enjoying yourself. Andreas has just got a little further to go. It might not be in this leg now. I might need to rely again on a last leg decider in a very, very similar fashion to that of Matas Rasma. Good last start there from Darius Labanauskas. Andreas is going to need to get better than this 136 to have a chance. I'd say 2 trebles.
58.
Doesn't find 2 trebles, doesn't even find 1.
136.
So Darius with the luxury of time, not that he needs it. Oh, okay. Okay, he does need it. 96 the score, 40 the remain. Now, has not been good on 8s. Not been good on 4s. How will he fare on tops?
100. That is you by 40. Game shot
pretty well. That was a back-to-back break. Andreas broke, Darius broke, and here's the situation as it stands. Darius Labanauskas wins here. It's the last leg decider going all the way. Will have the marginal momentum, I reckon. Andreas breaks here. Andreas wins PT3. Very, very simple equation. It's in Andreas's hands. Let's just see how much nerve he's got. He'll have to withstand the barrage that Darius is undoubtedly going to deliver, because that's what he does. He's got experience. He's got knowledge. Oh, what a visit that was. Two big trebles, 1-3-5. It's all very close, it's all very nervy. It is still advantage Labanauskas in this leg.
57.
There's not a whole heap in it. Especially with that trebleless visit there from Darius. Needs this last treble. Gets this last treble. Well, Jorgensen embroils himself in high-quality games. That's what he plays, good games. That's what he does. And another trebleless visit for Darius. This could be over quickly. This could be over in 6 darts. It really could now.
100.
Right then, Andreas is going to be back for a shot at 1-2-4. Doesn't need to hit treble first dart, but it would help him a lot.
60.
Oh, still not enough. That is 3 visits for Darius without a treble. Andreas might have 6 darts at this 1-2-4. Treble 18. For the biggest day in his darting career, I'm sure of it. Well, what's he waiting for? Has to go for it. '86, so treble 18, but can he see the treble 18? That
54. That is you by 146.
Here we go then, to save his skin. Treble 20. Is he going downstairs? He's going downstairs. He hasn't hit the treble 19.
57. And you have you by 70.
Well then, treble 18. 20 or 12. Double top for the match and the tournament. Oh my. That
is you by 89.
is close. That is millimeters. 20. Bullseye. Oh, and he's missed it as well. Not quite as close as the double two. Now then, he's got 3 darts in his hand. Possibly the biggest 3 darts of his career. This is dramatic. This is for the title. Well, close. There it is. There it is. Double 10. And it is Andreas Toft Jorgensen who takes in amazing fashion this 3rd PT event, Pro Tour event. Wow, what an absolutely epic evening of darts. It's quite literally had it all. He's left the darts in the board. You can see them there, and you can see the emotion on this young man's face. This is absolutely fantastic. Look at what it means to him. What a wonderful, wonderful victory. He's been embroiled in 2 classic matches. The one against Rasma, I'm still getting over. And then this one here against Labanauskas in the final. And he's proven he really, really does have it. Brilliant stuff there from Andreas Toft Jorgensen of Denmark. who has done it and won third Pro Tour event. So, 3 events and 3 different winners. Larsen, Rasma, and now Jorgensen. All 3 of those, I am sure, are going to be back tomorrow twice to try and do it all over again. And I hope you can join us as well in the usual places over on Facebook or on YouTube. The usual places, you know how to get to us by now. We're going to be starting again tomorrow at 11 a.m. Iceland, 12 p.m. UK, 1 p.m. Western/Central Europe. And in the US, it's an early start for you, 7 a.m. So, yeah, go to bed now and you can wake up nice and early and watch us. The evening session as well, 6 p.m. Iceland, 7 p.m. UK. As I say, first hour or so tomorrow, won't have any commentary, but fear not, I will be there at some point, probably after the first hour and a bit, for more live comms. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. A massive congratulations to Andreas Toft Jorgensen. He will certainly sleep well tonight. I don't think I will, though, because I'm still, my brain is still so active from those awesome darts we've been witnessing. It's been a pleasure and an honour. And we will see you again. Let's do it all over again tomorrow.